Ey, mein Pitbull, er frisst wohl, ich hab ihn lang nicht mehr gefüttert. Jetzt bin ich hier, weil ich deiner Ansicht nach noch Glück hab. Doch der Hand dicker fixiert, und weil ich die Flot reinbänge in Bitches, die Ausschnitte zeigen wie Kinoleinwände. Mach ich als Gigolo-Welle oder als ganz krasser G, der dich Handtaschendieb mit der Pumpgun durchsieht. Besser, ich bin leicht bewaffnet, zieh die Walter und schieße, denn ihr seid Menschen zweiter Klasse, wie ich im Alter von 7. Ey, mein Dick ist hart und mit danach gebe Dampfig an die Kritiker. Komm in deine Wohnung, kille deine Family, deine Kredible Mutterficker, Rap für Cheese. Flash, schlag dich kaputt, du Bandwurm, denn ich hab auf den Straßen Einfluss wie Frankfurt. Hey, Bitch, hey, ich fick diese Schlampe, weil sie auf Gangster macht. Wie Zivilbeamte, hör im Intro wie der King Flow, das ist sinnlos. Ich bin Berufgänger, Farid Gang zum Bang, der Ghetto-Gentleman, der Checo war ein Escobar war Farid Bang, der wahre Champ, ist Ghetto-Star wie Patrick ist kein Farid ist ein Asphalt Massaker 2, ich lebe wie Logo ein wie Promo geil wie Bossa Mike, ich komm in deine Wohnung rein wie German wie Düsseldorfer. Guck mich an, ich spuck dich an, Marokkanischer. Ja, ich komm auf den Straßen auf vollen Bullen, befragen die Leute und stellen fest, Farids Waffe ist geladen wie Zeugen, ihr macht auf Untergrund Cheese. Doch jeder war nicht die hellsten wie die Mutter vom Ziel. No, Motherfucker, ich ficke dein Arsch, rauch mir die Kippe danach und kippe danach. Den Bitch ist jetzt da, das Whisky.
Yo, what's up, man? Welcome. I am scared of Tekken 8. I have nightmares of Tekken 8. Ja, ich weiß, Ratar ist tot. Ich habe mich da noch nicht eingelesen. Ich muss gucken, was da passiert ist, keine Ahnung. Ich kann seinen Cousin fragen, der arbeitet bei uns. Salam, salam. Ich frag seinen Cousin morgen. Alright, I want to do some electrics, bro. Nothing like special. I just do some electrics and then we watch Evo Japan. When is it? Yo, what's up, Dega? Ah, I can change the settings. Let me change the settings. Salam, salam, Lean. What's up, Heisen? Yo, Dega, Anaconda, Sneed. What's up? So, my channel and my whole fucking everything is gonna be on hold for 6 months. You know that, right? So, it's just gonna be like very chill. Sometimes I stream, nothing too wild. Chat shit, go sleep. Yo, Enkiolo, what's up, man? Do you have hope for Tekken again? Not really. It happened already, bro. You gotta watch the recap, I'm pretty sure. No. It's already happened? Really? Okay, I've never played this game on Ultra in my, I think, no, ever. Would be the first time. I'm 5 hours into the arrivals, good stuff. Yeah, if you have a question, ask. I can most likely explain everything. They started at 11:30 our time, okay. Yeah, we can watch some fights and check out how it looks. Yes, I've seen Raccoon watching Kudan's fight last night. Okay. Alright.
Get ready for the next battle.
Wow. Leg? I still can do it. Yeah, so Twitch sent you to Gulag 6 months? Yeah. But it's okay. When I come back, the game maybe is fixed, and then we can take over again. Yo, Salam Osava. No, it's 6 months. The reason, I have also the reason. The reason is implying that there is a world conspiracy regarding specific people. Planter, do you ever coach? By the way, love the fact you are real, no bullshit kind of guy. Thank you. I used to, yeah, I used to coach, yeah. Medusa got a little too spicy on Twitch. Yeah. Like always. A girl on a dating app got mad at me because she called herself a BBW and I said I could turn her into a BW. And got mad, I basically said being big wasn't beautiful. Nice. Lean. Good shit. Bro, you know, I came to a realization. I had a rough red pill myself. All girls are bullshit. Legit. All of them. Even the good ones are shit. Yo, Medus now on YouTube? Yes, I am now on YouTube. Black Peel Duma Hour. Bro, listen, you know why I say all girls are bullshit? Ich sag, I will tell you why all girls are bullshit. Because they all can become BS if you don't keep them in check. If you don't like know the script, they all become shit. Doesn't matter how good they are. It's like kinda they are shit internally, like a little child. If you don't teach it right, it's gonna behave bad, and then you can't fix it. Really, I'm not kidding you. You got to really treat girls like children. It's a weird vibe, I know, but you got to pretend as if they are like some sort of like... You need to be careful what you do and what you say sometimes, so you don't enforce bad behavior in the future. Does that make sense to you? Yo, Bashi, what's up, man? That certainly doesn't work. I have found going to prostitutes way better than approaching normal relationships. I don't think that is also the solution, bro. It's like you have trouble with someone and then you be like, yeah, now I'm gonna take cocaine in order to feel better. It's no solution. Sub Meduse, you be looking like a lion. I did change my beard a little bit, like it's a bit different than normally, can you tell? I think it suits me. I'm gonna grow it out like a little bit around here. I'm gonna make my beard a little longer. A little bit. Sounds like you're speaking from bad recent experience. Not recent, when I was younger. Like girls, when you're young, you just don't know. I can't do it. My perfect electric is not so bad as I thought, honestly, on P1. Once you bust, you don't even feel anything, you just want her to go away. Yeah, but that's the reason why you need to go to dates after you fucking nutted, bro. Legit. You gotta go there, you gotta nut, and then you gotta go there, and then you are there, and then you be like, okay, am I enjoying this now, or do I wanna go home? If the answer is going home, then she is not the one. Some guys are just blind sims. Yo, Exist, what's up, man? Does that make sense? What did I walk into, bro? Someone asked me... no, not asked me. Someone told me after he fucks the girl, he wants to get away from her. No interest afterwards. And I said, that's why you need to jerk off and then go to the first date. Because if you are empty and have a clear head, you don't think with your dick, but you can think with your brain. And then your brain will tell you, hey, we are not horny, so we don't like her somehow. Oh, we don't like her? Maybe her personality is shit. Okay, thank you, bye bye. This is very real. But when you go there without doing that, then you go there and be like, you see her and your balls speak to your brain now, and then your brain speaks to you. Oh my god, her ass is so big. Her eyes are so beautiful. She smells so good and stuff like that. And then you don't know, like, if she had a good fucking personality or not. You just were horny and you thought she is cool. That's the point. You gotta be like clear about, like, if you have like pressure, you can't think. I don't remember if I saw it, but did you record your response on Harada's tweet? Yeah, I didn't record it, no. Because I just heard about it like recently. Harada said that he is trying to, so basically this is the script, yeah, with Harada. This is very important. Harada has confirmed to me with what he has said that I was right all along. Harada is in this joint and he's getting forced to work with specific people like Murray. And he's trying to resolve these issues for years to get them out. But he can't say it directly. And yeah, apparently some of those people that are in Bandai for years and fucking it for everyone, those guys got fired. But I don't think they can get all of them. It's still gonna be a lot of them. It's a fight. They need to cleanse their department from the people that are there only because BlackRock puts them there. You understand? Why would you think he said for years? If I was Harada, I would leave and start my own shit, pull a Hideo Kojima. Yeah, but Hideo Kojima's games are for a moment. And Harada's games are for centuries. You can't make a Tekken for fucking 2 years. So he cannot leave the franchise behind. It doesn't work. This franchise builds on itself. Hideo Kojima can just make a new game. But if Harada makes a new game, it's not gonna be Tekken. Yeah, but the thing is, you got to understand, just because Nakatsu worked on Tekken Tag Tournament 2, that's not a good thing. Because he could be one of the guys that has the bullshit ideas that you guys complain about all the time. And I think that it's him. So what the situation is basically that Harada fired some people and then said these people are not in the way anymore, and Nakatsu has more time to look at everything that is gonna get implemented into the game. So the next game, we're gonna, like the next patch, we're gonna play Nakatsu's vision more closely to what he thinks in his head. So it's gonna be even more of Nakatsu's vision. And then, if the game is gonna become more shit, we know who the problem is. Does that make sense? I can show you the subliminal messages Harada writes all the time, and it's also no coincidence that Harada follows me. I will explain to you now the deal, okay? Harada follows me because he saw my stream where I talked about what he tries to tell the people in his subliminal messages, and he was so astonished by me knowing everything that he followed me. That's it. Why would Harada follow me otherwise, you know? I agree, but isn't that good? It is a good because it will pinpoint the problem, and the people that are the problem cannot escape the accountability. The thing is that with these types of situations, the accountability needs to be so fleshed out that there is no way that they can gaslight themselves out of it. So if it is Nakatsu, he's gonna get fucked. And if it is a Nakatsu and it's someone else, that someone else is gonna get fucked. Because it's not only Nakatsu, one of the biggest problems Tekken has is Murray. Michael Murray. Try to find out anything about Michael Murray's past. Sincerely. Try. Early life. This guy doesn't exist. Like, he just exists from a moment where he enrolled in a university and then left to Japan. In Tekken 4, in Tekken 4, basically, he was responsible for something called localization. Okay? Localization has nothing to do with gameplay. Nothing. But for some reason, the next game, he went further into more aspects of the game, having more influence on Tekken. In Tekken 6, he became like slowly part of the gameplay. In Tekken 7, he was extremely part of the game philosophy design. In Tekken 8, he is the head of the game philosophy and design with Nakatsu. And every time this guy steps up in this economy or in this pyramid of their corporation, the product that will result is worse. It becomes more dumb. It makes no sense. It makes the people upset. And he is apparently also the person that wanted like all these Soul Calibur like characters, like Noctis, Clive, and all these characters. They are because of Murray, but no one tells you that. And then I can keep going. So there is no information about Murray other than this. There is no information about his parents, nothing. His name I tried to make sense of, Michael Murray. You think that name is a real name? Seriously? Michael Murray? It's a fantasy name, bro. Yo, Muhammad, what's up? Alright. And then we keep going, yeah? I am not finished yet. So, Michael Murray also is working with BlackRock. And he is in charge of the DEI department. And he speaks to people that are part of the brand identity. Brand identity is like, hey, we are inclusive, LGBTQ, all these things, okay? LGBTQ, and you already know the rest. And then it goes one step further, where he goes on Twitter, and I beg you really to try to search for a group in the FGC that Michael Murray has ever referred to as like "we see you" or like "we think about you" or something like this, like specifically like a minority. The only tweet Murray ever did was like LGBTQ, don't worry, we see you, on Twitter. And we went through his likes, and we saw that this guy that is apparently married continuously likes trans girls OnlyFans, like link trees and all this degenerate shit, like transgenders on Twitter, not even caring, like it's so normal. And then there was a dude that wanted to talk with him about the, like a pro player, about the game. and he said like this and that, and then he said, "You think I give a shit? I'm gonna go home now to my hot wife." Yo, is my stream still okay? Like Dr. Disrespect? I don't know, like Dr. Disrespect or not, but the thing is, what I want to make you understand is that Michael Murray hates the Tekken community. He just hates the Tekken. He really hates you. He really, really, really hates you. You have to understand that. And I'm not making this up. We know that he hates you. We know it. And that's the truth. Sad, isn't it? How one person can fuck it for everyone. Okay. Nice. What the fuck? Is something wrong with this game, or like does it eat inputs, or am I fucking going insane? Maybe Murray has some shares from BlackRock. I don't know if he has. What the fuck? What did I miss? Who does he hate? Michael Murray hates you and me and everyone else in the Tekken community. He despises the legacy community. I know this for a fact. And their big vision was with Murray on the top, that they will replace the legacy community for a different type of community, a new people that starts Tekken with Tekken 8, and they wanted to build their foundation around them to shed the legacy players, because for some reason they see the legacy players as problematic. They don't like the way they are, and they cannot milk them so well. Yeah. They wanted to turn this into a Zuma game, and they branched out into Nintendo. They will release the game for the Switch too, and it all is by design, you know. This, like, I know everything. Like, I've been behind the curtains. I've spoken to people that are at the top of the food chain in this fucking shit. I was like on Twitch and like for years dominated this like streaming shit for a very long time. If you have like 800, 900 viewers on Twitch with Tekken, you can imagine that you get some intel that normal people don't get, really. And I know a lot. Okay, my camera. But if you have a question, just ask me, you know. I am willing to just tell you everything. And I'm not lying. I know everything. I know why Harada needs to work with Murray. I know why Murray is untouchable. I know why Spag and Rip get banned. I know why... like, I know so much, man. New PC, same issues. No, this is an issue from Camlink. This is normal, unfortunately. Yeah, I know everything, bro. So how do you know Murray hates us? Because he has said it many times to other people. You know, people that hate other people, they get comfortable with the ones they like. And with the ones they like, they will start to speak about the ones that they don't like. And you would be surprised who it is. It is a lot. How do you know so much? I have my sources. Can you talk more about Harada's subliminal messaging? Okay. So Harada follows me, and like there's a reason also. It's because I do understand what this guy is trying to tell us all the time. But I will show you now how to read it. Okay, so this is Katsuhiro Harada, the game dev, but he is not really. Not at the moment, at least. Okay. Okay, now read this with me, yeah? I did this one time, but I will do it again because it's important. Since the topic about key charge and other systems updates came up, blah blah blah, okay. I understand there are various opinions, this and that, yapping, as I mentioned in the recent Tekken talk back in the day. Michael and I started to method of revealing content little by little. So this is the part about like releasing content. Okay. In this way, generational shifts, blah blah blah. This is not important either. On this is the most important shit here that you have to understand. This is gonna fuck you up. That's exactly why, as I've also said in previous program, I've entrusted almost everything, okay, almost everything, to the next generation of dev members. What do you think that means? It means that Harada did not work on Tekken 8. Not at all. Can you imagine that? You're talking with like Harada all the time as if this is the guy making the game. He is not making Tekken 8. He did not make Tekken 8. No, that is the fucking game. I will slow it down. So, he has not made the game, and here you have the confirmation. And I trust them. Above all, as everyone knows, this is the first Tekken to be released simultaneously, blah blah blah. Surprisingly overlooked, this and that, and all this other shit, yeah? So here you have the confirmation that he is not working as like on the game, but he is just like some sort of mascot that they throw into Twitter that you can take apart. And then he says, don't ask me for shit, because he can't do shit anyway. He's like more of an advisor, but it is more to be compared to the advisor of the Matrix 4. The Wachowski brothers made 3 Matrix. 1, 2, 3. The trilogy was concluded and it was over. Then the BlackRock and the Jews and Warner Brothers apparently said that they cannot leave the Matrix as it is. They need to create a new one. The fourth one. Why? Because the Matrix, as everyone knows, is about Jews. Okay, the first Matrix and all this like Matrix shit and blah blah blah, it's just about this Zionist shit and all this fucking crap. In case you didn't know by now. And then they needed to make a fourth one in order to somehow flip the script a little bit. So what happened then was the Wachowski brothers that then turned, both of them became female. The brothers are now sisters, yeah? And when I say now this is like literally a humiliation ritual, if they wouldn't do it, they would just get killed. You wouldn't probably believe me. They are sisters now. And one of the sisters basically said that when they want to do it without us anyway, let me work on it a little bit so I can still influence it. Somewhat. And that is Tekken 8. Harada is there, but he is not really. Nakatsu and Mirai. These two fuck it for everyone. And they also created the team. And the team they created from people from games like Soul Calibur, Pokken, etc, etc. And there is like two people fighting against each other in Bandai Namco itself. Because not every one of them is a faggot. There is the Tekken people that are legit and try to implement good changes for the balancing as much as they can under the supervision of Mirai. And then there is the people directly under the influence of Mirai that get their jobs there only because of DEI. The DEI department doesn't care about if you are fit for the job, it's about if you tick the boxes. And how is that important now? Not only for the gameplay, it is important for the game identity and the public relations. What does that mean? You have specific people like Zumi in the Tekken situation at Bandai Namco, and she works for brand identity. And then she also has like the power to monitor people that work with Bandai Namco. Namely commentators, pro players and stuff like that. And she gets her information from someone called Ultra David. Ultra David is a Jewish dude that is the head of Tenno Media, and they jack the monopoly on all the events for the longest time. And then they decide who can commentate, and if someone is like transphobic then or whatever, if they can find tweets, then he gets banned and stuff like this across the games. Not only Tekken, but Capcom, Street Fighter and Smash. I don't know if he is in charge for Guilty Gear, but I assume he was. So this guy not only cancels like normal people, but he also cancels world champions like Infiltration. Okay? And then you have these people, and they cancel like guys like Infiltration and stuff, and Infiltration knows it's... Why do you think he's talking about Jews, bro? Infiltration. World champion, bro. 4 times, 5 times Evo champion talking about Jews. Why do you think that? It's not because people are just Nazis. And then, we go further. We are not done yet. Spag got banned because this Zumi person that is there because she is DEI with BlackRock doesn't like Rip and Spag. And she worked before only for the American like tournaments, and that's why Rip and Spag couldn't commentate there specifically, but they could commentate international because she wasn't so high in the pyramid. After enough virtue signalizing, etc., she got put up higher. Now she's international, and she banned Spag and Rip from events to commentate, but they can still play. For Rip, it is a bit difficult for me to explain because I don't have the in and outs there. I just know she doesn't like him. Why? I don't know. And for Spag, the reason why he is banned is because of like 3 things simultaneously. One was being too negative towards Tekken 8 and being seen as a threat. 2, he was a controversial figure, and when he streams, he would insult people like you fucking pedo and stuff like that. So she took parts of his stream and gave that to her supervisors to get him banned. And the last but not least issue that he had is he went on a podcast to speak about Bandai Namco with a blacklisted person. And that blacklisted person is called Planted Medusa, and he has like a code name. And his code name is the one that no one should talk about. Something like that. It's really weird, I know, but you guys don't know me. I was never on YouTube. Maybe some YouTube viewers think, hey, who the fuck is this guy? This guy is the guy that had 800, 700 viewers on Tekken Twitch for years without even advertising myself. So, yeah, I've said the truth too much on Twitch, this and that. I had Spag on, and Spag talked to me, and if a person from the Bandai Namco associates with me, they automatically get blacklisted as well. Why not on Twitch, if you don't mind me asking, Medusa? I watched something called Arrivals, and I got banned after that. On YouTube it is. And when you type in now the Arrivals on YouTube, it's not to be found anymore as well, unless you have the link or you use a VPN. I've been here for 5 minutes. What the hell is happening right now? I'm just saying the truth about everything. You should go back and listen, because I dropped just the truth nuke. I know everything. When he was being called a shill. Yeah, the thing is with this shill situation, I also called him a shill, but he wanted to clarify with me and talk with me again. And the thing is, I always said from the shills he is the best. Why? Because this fucked up situation we are in right now with BlackRock and DEI and Bandai Namco and Vanguard having the biggest shares on It's very interesting when you know you need to ask Rock also for specific things, otherwise it doesn't show you the whole truth. It's always a little bit like in hiding. So you have like this situation, this is the answer. The largest shareholder of Bandai, the Master of Trust Bank. This was 1 week ago, literally not there. And it was BlackRock. I swear on my life, I have the VOD and everything. And now you need to ask like this. BlackRock and Vanguard do hold shares in Bandai Namco Holdings, but they are not amongst the largest shareholders based on available data. BlackRock through its subsidiary BlackRock Japan, blah blah blah, Vanguard, blah blah blah. And now here comes the funny thing. This here was literally not there 1 week ago. I swear on my life, I did this in front of fucking 700, 600 viewers. We ask the exact same thing and it says like this: BlackRock and Vanguard are one of the biggest shareholders with significant shares on the company. Significant. Now all of a sudden it's not there anymore. Fair enough. But interesting that you need to now ask specifically if they have it, otherwise it won't tell you. Yep, we got the VODs to prove it. We have the VODs. I swear I have the VODs and I know everything anyway. Okay, so now we have this situation here, and then you be like, how does LGBTQ and all these weird things and this leftist ideology and that everyone is getting cancelled and stuff like that, how does that take hold in every game somehow? It is because these motherfuckers here, Vanguard and BlackRock, buy the shares on the companies and they buy them on everything that you know in the gaming industry in order to influence it into a way that they like. And it doesn't only reflect in the gameplay. It also reflects in the top like level where you have like Jewish lawyers like Ultra David that basically ban everyone that is not kosher enough, that is not with the ideology, and then you can't participate in tournaments, and he writes the code of conduct, and it's crazy. I can show you this guy. Okay, that's him with 46,000 followers, and it is obviously no coincidence that he has me blocked on my second account. It's not even my main account, because I know everything. I just know everything. Nice to meet you, man. So this is the why can't we donate you on YouTube? If you want to donate, I can give you my email. It's obviously appreciated, but I don't know how it works with like YouTube. My PayPal is just my email there. You can donate if you like. I looked at his tweets, bro. Has a thing about race wars and white supremacy versus Jewish identity, etc. Yeah, he deleted a lot of his shit, but I obviously have the screenshots and I posted them also. He's like saying, yeah, whites are not Jewish, and yeah, there's too many white people, and oh my god, I went to a bakery today, there was only white dudes, and yeah, these guys are bigoted, and blah blah blah, and all this fucking BS. And he is also the guy that got Infiltration, the fucking champion of Street Fighter and a lot of games. Like obviously he has he him also, they are all like that because this he him situation is Jewish, you know, like the people that are in, and this is just the truth, this is the reason why I get banned, but I don't care because I don't care about money. I have like my everything for me is okay, so I don't need to become the biggest streamer and stuff like that. I was on 1,000 viewers on Twitch without advertising. Everyone knows that. I don't have anything to prove, but I have an affinity to the truth. I love the truth and I like to educate the people. So I'm why Infiltration got banned? Multiple reasons, bro. They built a case on him and then fucked him. But I will show you now more. I will show you now more because I made a claim. I said that this situation with he, him, LGBTQ and stuff is a creation from Jewish minds. And then you would be like, I've never heard that. Then certainly I should be able to prove it somehow. Okay.
Right.
Oh shit.
So you're getting yourself full upset again.
£527.
I don't want the pennies.
It's fucking money. Money is money, lad.
Dono Rund I run auf Mike.
Yo, thank you for the $11. And Kyolo, I kiss your heart, bro. At the end of the day, they won, you lost. It doesn't matter, bro, because you have to understand the type of person I am. When I grow and when I represent a lot of people, I care for them to an extent where I'm like, I would rather get banned and try to tell you what's going on and maybe have an effect on you for the rest of your life than fucking shilling myself into all of this nonsense. You still rocking the Victrix? Yes, I'm still rocking the Victrix. So yeah, I'm gonna show you now one more thing. Who were... So I said BlackRock, which is Jewish, all the executives are Jewish, has hired the, buys the shares on the companies and then gets the DEI departments into the company, and they are always funded by BlackRock, like always, bro. And then now check this out. Who were the main Jews that pushed LGBTQ in... Okay, who pushed LGBTQ? Yeah, oversimplify already. So this is the first openly gay elected official in California. So imagine now you have the biggest country in the world, okay? And in this country there is like 2% Jewish people. 2%. And from that 2%, which becomes 100%, there is like an estimate of 10% that are gay. Jewish and gay, right? Now, you broke down the 2% into another, like, smaller category. Now it becomes 0.000001. And from that 0.00001 comes a person that will become the first openly elected official in California that is gay in the history of that country. Okay, so let's say that is a coincidence. Larry Kramer, a playwright, author, and AIDS activist. Kramer was a pivotal figure in LGBTQ advocacy. His Jewish identity informed his fierce response to the AIDS crisis, which he likened to a Holocaustal tragedy. He co-founded the Gay Men's Health Crisis, which pushed for aggressive action on AIDS and treatment, blah blah blah. And like the novel Faggots, his confrontational style and writing like the novel Faggots and sparked dialogue on gay rights and health policy. So now you have from this 2%, the one dude that pushes this on a governmental level, I would say. And then you have Eddie Windsor, a lesbian activist, Supreme Court case. Okay, that is the highest court you can have. And from this Supreme Court, coincidentally, 8 people are there. 5 of them are Jewish. Okay, so now you have 2% of the world population, of the American population, being overrepresented in the Supreme Court. 5 people. And you be like, well, maybe they were just very good lawyers. And just smarter than everyone else. And then you go with Rabbi Denise Egger. Prominent Reform rabbi. And now here comes the interesting part. They say she normalized, he normalized this LGBTQ synagogue and stuff like this. That this stuff is normal and it's not bad. And then I was intrigued because actually it was normal always. It was just normal. It was just not normal to be known by the public. Because in Judaism, there is something called non-binaries are normal. You have 8 genders, You have transgenderism, and it's like described as if you just have a trans surgery. You have a situation where they believe they need to somehow transform the world into a state where there exists non-binary people, because otherwise their kingdom is incomplete. Okay? Pull the brains for hundreds of years, they have won, might as well just roll over and wait for the end. Well, this is not what we Muslims believe, that they just won and then that's it, because, you know, the last time they got exposed was just 100 years ago, and the next time is basically now. All over the world, the people are talking about the same. And in Islam, it is believed that these people rise to power twice. And on the first time, they will get away with it and then rise to power again and destroy kind of the world. And on their peak of their arrogance, the people of the world will hold them accountable for what they have done to humanity. And they will, their faces will demonstrate that, and that will be their downfall of their kingdom. That's loser mentality. Even if the odds are 1 million to 1, always fight. Yeah, no, you know why the people don't want to fight? It's because it's so abstract that, first of all, believing it is kind of hard already, even though you have all the evidence. And even if you believe it, it's not like an imminent threat. If someone throws you into a room and you hear someone with a chainsaw coming behind you to kill you, even when you know there's almost no chance of getting out of this situation barehanded, you will still try. But with this situation, they be like, yeah, they won anyway, let's just roll over and die. Yeah, but when it's really that time and they roll out World War III, then you will, like, bite your tongue for what you have said. Yeah, the word is facade. So anyways, you have like all these people, and then Magnus Hirschfeld, obviously coincidentally a German sexologist that wrote books around 1897 already about something called LGBTQ, and he has also done the first transgender surgeries, and he tried to normalize this in Germany. And the Germans went against that. And they burnt down his whole facility and burnt the books that he wrote about it. And they call it nowadays books of knowledge. Well, that was the knowledge that they were burning. So I find it good. So yeah, this is also a coincidence, obviously. And I know even way more. There is also the mother of prides. This is nonsense. Because she has stated herself in an interview that she is Jewish. But you have to understand that when we use Grok and when we use like ChatGPT and all these like AI searching machines, they do censor information. But the mother of pride is 100% Jewish. I know that. She is Jewish. Yo, Medus, have you heard about Mike Hollow comment about you? He probably said that I am a Nazi and racist and crazy and evil and anything else. I'm waiting for your messages, probably delayed. You have to be careful with it too. It's nefarious and pushes you towards ego. What do you mean exactly? Do you want to see who worked on the COVID vaccine? So this is the situation with the 7 genders in the Talmud. It is actually 8. Okay, it's actually 8. They changed over the last 5 years. They changed this page ever like so. One time it used to say, now when you Google it, it's not there anymore. But I have the VODs, thank God. It was saying there is a gender where the person is born female and later develops male characteristics through human intervention. And then after like approximately 6 months, they removed the through human intervention part and just write develops male characteristics. Yeah, but how, motherfucker? Mike Hollow said Medusa got what was coming to him. You are stuck on a circle of hate and toxic and it caught up to you. Yeah, Mike Hollow doesn't really know anything that we are talking about here, and he doesn't understand that all of this shit here is very real, and it's really, he thinks he's very smart, but he's very dumb. So it is what it is. He can't say whatever he wants because he needs to understand that there's people that have so much backbone. I have been on top of the Twitch category for years by just playing a character, and me speaking about these things is not because I'm an evil person, a grifter, or that I care if something happens to my fame. It's more because I do care and I need to use my platform to spread the truth, you know. That's very different, so I don't really give a shit. Medusa, why make this about Jews? Most Jews have nothing to do with this. Why not make it about billionaires instead? Because the billionaires are Jews. Does that make sense to you? For example, I have a good one. Marco, no, leave him alone. Maybe you got to understand, a lot of people don't know a lot of things yet, but they will learn soon enough. So I'm willing to explain. Let's take, for example, this situation here, yeah? This is about COVID. Why make it about Jews if you could make it about billionaires, was your point, right? Why does my camera keep dying, bro? That's, I don't know, annoying. But this one is for Marco specifically. I will enjoy what he has to say or how he's gonna rationalize this, and then we will see if we can rationalize it or not. Of course he's gonna defend them. Yeah, but it doesn't matter if he's gonna defend them. It matters how he's gonna do it, because then the truth is static. The truth always has the best arguments. So, this is about the CDC. The CDC is basically in charge of like the corona pandemic, the vaccines, the legislation, Johnson & Johnson, Pfizer, Moderna. Everything that you know about this corona situation is the CDC. You wouldn't deny that. So now when you look into the CDC and you look into the people that own the CDC and are at the top of it, how come they are all Jewish? Now, he will read you out the names, all of them, and you try to tell me then if I want to talk about the corona pandemic in that conspiracy, basically, I am supposed to not say Jews but billionaires. That doesn't make any sense.
Who's in control? Who was in charge of the CDC that was controlling and telling our government to shut down small businesses and what they recommend for the mandates of the vaccines and Pfizer and all? At the time when COVID was being enacted, I'm going to read off the staff of who was in charge of this CDC.
Do you know this woman? I bet you have seen her face a million times in television. She's Jewish.
The director of the CDC.
That is not like a random person in the CDC. That is the director.
He was Rochelle Walensky, dual citizenship with Israel, she's a Jew. Deputy Director of the CDC, Ann Shawalchik, dual citizenship with Israel, Jew. CDC Chief of Staff, Sherry Berger, dual citizenship with Israel, Jew. CDC Chief Medical Officer, Mitchell Wolf, dual citizenship with Israel, Jew. CDC Director of the Washington office. This is pertinent to the topic. We're talking about COVID, right? Yeah, this is pertinent to COVID, so I love you, Jennifer. Yeah, please. So, Director of the CDC of the Washington office, Jeff Resnick, dual citizenship with Israel, Jew. COVID SAR, Jeff Zaints, dual citizenship with Israel, Jew. COVID Senior Advisor, Andy Slavitt, dual citizenship with Israel, Jew. Assistant of Health Secretary for Human Services for our country, the Assistant of Health Secretary, Rachel Levine, transgender, dual citizenship with Israel, Jew.
I ask that you hold off, Christopher?
Ma'am, I'm almost done.
Mr. Wood, the chair has ruled that your comments are out of order. She's asked you to stop.
Notice that no one said that what he said is wrong, but they just said it's out of order. Why is it out of order to just mention that coincidentally in the corona pandemic, in the CDC, 2% of the world population make the head of the entire operation? The entirety of it. Can you explain that? Like, if someone with a normal brain sees this, has these like statistics in his mind, he cannot come to the conclusion that this is normal. And therefore, if someone tells me that if you are talking about this, you're not allowed to mention this, just say billionaires, why would I do that? It's not just billionaires. It's Jews. Who has the Federal Reserve? Who owns it? Who are the chairmen in the Federal Reserve? You wouldn't deny that most of them are Jewish. So even if you go and say it's just bankers, it's just money, it's just the people that want to get more rich, yeah, but who are they? They are not just billionaires.
The chair has...
You said Jew. There's nothing wrong with Jew. It's not derogatory. Yeah,
exactly. Okay, keep on going. Head of Pfizer Vaccines, Albert Bourla, dual citizenship with Israel, Jew. Pfizer Chief Scientist, Michael Dost, dual citizenship with Israel, Jew. Moderna Chief Scientist, Paul Zacks, dual citizenship with Israel, Jew. BlackRock, everyone know BlackRock? BlackRock CEO, Larry Fink, dual citizenship with Israel, Jew. I said we're willing to sacrifice our ego, our reputation, and our lives. Yes, ma'am, and I love you, and I appreciate your patience. BlackRock President, Rob Capitale, dual citizenship with Israel, Jew. The CDC Chief Medical Officer of Johnson & Johnson, Joanne Waldstreicher, dual citizenship with Israel, Jew. Chief Medical Officer of Merck, Michael Rosenthal, dual citizenship with Israel, Jew. Head advisor of the World Economic Forum, Yuval Harari, dual citizenship with Israel, Jew. And that's...
Do you realize that these motherfuckers are all Jewish? Like all of them. All of them. Like Moderna, Pfizer, blah, 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 blah. Like, you can't make this up. And then, with this information in your mind, I would ask you again, would you say that when talking about the COVID situation, we shouldn't focus on Jews, but we should focus on billionaires? Now to you. If you have something to say, maybe you want to defend it. I wouldn't mind. I would like to see how you do it. Focus on Israel. Why would I do that? Is this a Israeli-Palestine problem that we're dealing with nowadays, or is it international? 9/11, JFK, the Iraq wars, and Israel is only 75 years old. What was before that time? Why did they get kicked out of all the countries in the world for 2000 years? If you send your child into a school and he gets kicked out, and then you send your child to another school and he gets kicked out again, and both teachers say the same reason for why they kicked out your child, you might believe your child still on the second time and say, hey, maybe the teachers just hate my child. So I'm gonna go to a different country for whatever reason. We're gonna now from France go to, let's say, Japan. And now in Japan I sent my child into a whole new country, into the school. And then the same reason for the kicking out of my child will be said, but this time just in broken English by a Japanese teacher. So how does that make sense? Mathematically, geographically, people didn't have phones to explain why they have a problem with them. Even if there is a cabal of extremely rich Jews plotting against the world, why can't we separate them from the regular Jews who have nothing to do with this? Well, that would be if this, what you see around you, wouldn't be found in their ideology, in their religion. But this is a 100% religious endeavor. Why do you think they are killing Palestinians, and why do you think they are genociding them, and why do you think they make the place uninhabitable? Because in their ideology, and Netanyahu confirmed this, when they fight against Palestinians, they call them Amalek. Amalek is a people that have wronged them in the past, like the white people and the Christians, and the Egyptians and the descendants of the Egyptians, etc. It's like a lot of people, they just want to kill everyone. And they need to kill the elderly, the ox, sheep, ass, make the place uninhabitable. And they apply that literally, in the most literal sense, in Palestine. And therefore you have to say that they derive this from the ideology, and because of their monopoly on basically everything, they can make prophecies like materialize in the world by expediting them. They don't wait for prophecies, they just do them. Why would they have a prophecy about 9/11 in their religion? And then everything that happened after exactly is what really happened. And now I will explain you. There's 2 tall towers in the land of Edom. Edom was called Edom before Rome. So out of Edom, Rome emerged. Out of Rome, America emerged in their understanding. When Hashem, their God, brings down the 2 tall towers, it will be the beginning of great wars in the Middle East. And when that happens, there will result some sort of refugee crisis. There will be a mixing between the children of Ishmael and Esau. In their understanding, again, it means Christians and Muslims. And there's supposed to be some sort of civil war type of situations. And the wars in the Middle East will only end in the coming of something called Mosiach, which Christians call Antichrist and Muslims call Dajjal. And that's why you have on the $1 bill the all-seeing eye in the triangle. Why do you think they have that there? It comes from Egyptians. You got to go back to Egypt. The biggest dictator of all time that was basically, in our understanding, powered by the devil was Pharaoh, also known as Fir'aun. And they have treated the Jewish people, which were God's chosen people, very badly. Really, they were good in the beginning. So it happened what happened, God saved them, etc., Moses and all the other things, and then they got corrupted by the devil. The same entity that corrupted Pharaoh, corrupted these people, so the Jews became the new pharaohs of the world. In One Piece, they are depicted as celestial dragons. And the one world government, the new world order, basically what they describe all the time, describes a situation where it looks to you as if there is different countries, but in reality, behind these presidents, there is one of them all the time. It's just like a theater show. So then you keep going, and you have the situation that this like all-seeing eye, this like triangle, they refer to it as like the sun god. And the Jews believe that this like entity or this like Mosiach is gonna come and he will be the real Jesus, because they think that the Jesus that the Christians and the Muslims believe in is a son of a bitch, literally, that boils in shit in hell, and they reject it. Okay, fair enough. Why am I explaining all these religious backgrounds? It's because so you understand their ideology. And when you understand their ideology, you understand what's going on around you. They have something called Talmud. And the Talmud and the Zohar are like war manuals. And they explain how they need to take over the world. And they describe exactly that they need to create some sort of agendas like LGBTQ and communism, and that they have to replace all the world leaders with something which is referred to like Janus the Two-Faced. Janus the Two-Faced is a person that smiles. It comes from Greek. And then in the back of his head, he looks different. Because that's what they think of the presidents. That's like, look at you, pretending as if they are representing you, but in reality, they are representing them. The Zionists, the Jews. And that's why Hitler is the most censored person of all time, because he described this world conspiracy, which is true. This world conspiracy is very true, and it doesn't end with Israel and Palestine. It's just like the focal point, because that point, there is one place which is called Masjid al-Aqsa, or the Temple Mount. At this place specifically, they need to create some sort of Solomon's temple, because they think if they do that, then this Antichrist figure comes. And yeah, the three acts of the world, World War I, World War II, and World War III, where World War III is about to come, obviously. These first two were just to get Palestine. So the First World War was to make the powers of the Tsars into an atheistic, like communistic, like situation. All the communists are Jews, in case you didn't know. Stalin, Marx, etc. Lenin. Coincidence again, by the way, because when you think about it, in the world, communism now, world movement, 0.2% of the world population, but even in communism, they are the leaders. Alright. And then you be like, okay, in the Second World War, which you don't know also, there was a treaty between the Jews and Adolf Hitler. What was that about? So first of all, we need to declare a specific like informations that they leave out for you, because they don't like you to know about it. Germany didn't declare war on Jews. Jews declared war on Germany. It was the exact other way around. It is similar to Palestine versus Israel. Just try to think of Palestine, even if it's very abstract, like Germany. So they go and take over that country, jack all the positions in the government, own the media and the banking institutions, etc., etc. and then drive that country bankrupt and push something that is very degenerate, transgenderism, etc. Weimar conditions. You all heard that maybe, Weimar conditions. And then this person rises to power and he explains to the people what's going on, and they say that he is right because they see the evidence around them. So they just want to get the Rothschild banking system out of Germany. You know, the Federal Reserve, etc., that makes everyone a debt slave. They try to abolish that. And the Jews obviously didn't like that. And then Judea, it was called, declared war on Germany from America, which was their stronghold, because in reality, America was funded by a Jewish person. That no one knows that either. But when you know it once, you know it, you can Google it and you can find out about it. It was the person that found America, and then they did a genocide. Does that sound familiar to you? Now follow me on this train of thought real quick. You have a person that changes his name, historically proven, finds America, and then they go with the British that they owned back then till now also, and then genocide the people, that the indigenous people of that land, in order to create what is known as America today. That guy was Christopher Columbus. Christopher Columbus' real name was not Christopher. He came from Spain and he was fleeing because Jews back in at that time were under persecution because they were accused of doing horrible things and ritualistic murders with children, and basically creating shadow governments behind the real one, stuff like that, and many other things. But yeah, so they got expelled, and the Christopher Columbus changed his name, but he took a diary with him, and in that diary he wrote what he was thinking in Hebrew. And then there's some historians that say, yeah, but there is not 100% evidence that he was religiously Jewish. You know, last gaslighting tactic. Okay. But can we at least admit that it's odd that in the school and nowhere else, no one tells us that his name is not Christopher, and that he was apparently speaking Hebrew and writes in Hebrew in his diary? Isn't that not like historical important information? Where's the evidence about Christopher Columbus? You can just Google it. Type in Christopher Columbus Hebrew diary. It's there. You just have to find it. But yeah, you have to look the evidences up, because I am drawing a bigger picture here and I can just give you the information and you look up the rest of it. Wasn't he a Spanish origin Jew? Yeah, he was a Spanish Jew. Exactly. Christopher Columbus. And then you go further, and then the first Masonic lodges and Freemasonry got basically funded and created. And you be like, okay, Freemasonry. That sounds something like Illuminati. It doesn't sound like Judaism, right? Wrong. Because Freemasonry uses the Jewish book, which is called Jewish Kabbalah Mysticism, where it explains the rituals and stuff. And yeah, Freemasonry is just a branch of Judaism. And all this like Illuminati and all this shit, the illuminated ones, the all-seeing eye, the $1, like the eye on the $1, the Moshiach, it's all the same. he used some Hebrew in his writings. One of his letters, Columbus, began with the Hebrew abbreviation Bismillah, which means with God's help, a phrase commonly used by Jewish writers, ChatGPT. If you can, try to jailbreak ChatGPT, if you can. And then ask again what else they know about him. Yeah, Freemasonry, because they are free from moral obligation. Yeah, this is also the funny part, because Judaism, they think they are also free of their commandments. It's the same. So they have like this, they put fences around New York, the areas which they live in. It's like a thin wire that they put around the block. And people have filmed it. It's very real. You can look this up. It's just a Jewish custom. And then when it's Shabbat and their holy days where they need to behave well and they need to not have cell phones on them and stuff like that, they only have to do it when they are outside of their homes. But when they do this fence around the block there where they live, they say that this is like being at home, so they don't listen to their commandments. How fucking psycho are these people? And then there is like a 8th century curse, and that one is really fucked up. So there is like a book they found in the Vatican, because the Vatican obviously is also controlled by these Jews. And the newest pope, his father is also Jewish. I don't know if you informed yourself on him. But yeah, the newest pope is also, like, his father is Jewish. And then there's like circles, yeah? There's like circles of, like, gold circles in the Vatican. And you have pictures of the popes on each circle. And in this book that they found in the Vatican, apparently, from, I think it was 1900s, the names of the popes are described. And the second last pope that is described in that book from almost hundreds of years ago was Pope Francis. And that the next pope following on Pope Francis will be called the final pope, the last one. And they even have made the pictures in the Vatican in the number so that after the one with Francis there comes only one. There is not anything coming after that. There's like a full line of pictures and it stops with Francis and the last two that we have now. And there's like something called 8th century curse, which is called 8th century curse because the Jews have something Black Shabbat. Black Shabbat means that their countries have never exceeded 80 years before collapsing. And Israel is now on year 75. And they say that apparently, in their understanding, Edom, which is America, will like have like one last president, and then it will wither away. They will like basically suck out their funding because people always think America funds Israel. But it's not true. It just looks that way. The money of the world is with Jewish people. If they collectively decide to cancel one country all of a sudden, like America, like Edom, they can do that. And then the economy crashes. They think that Trump, that got elected now in 2025, apparently is the last one.
Look, so you're getting yourself all upset again.
£1,527.
I don't want the penny.
It's fucking money. Money is money, lad.
Thank you, Rufus, for the $1. So basically, yeah, they think that fucking the Trump is like the last president, and I don't know. They're trying to do something like some sort of great reset. Because have you ever heard of World Economic Forum, the Great Reset 2030? Have you ever heard that? 2030, the Great Reset. So they want to get all these plots somehow done by 2030. That's why everything is accelerating so quickly. All of a sudden you have Kanye West fucking singing Heil Hitler and anti-Semitism rising all around the world, blah blah blah, like a domino effect, and people are still like not realizing what the bigger picture is. Like, it's gonna be fried. Yeah. There's a lot of shit, man, to unpack. How long is an election cycle in America? Big boss, if I play Tekken on this channel, I can get more views. It's not about views, bro. If I just play, bro, I'm talking about Jews. Who gets a fucking... Which Tekken fucking creator that gets banned and then jumps on YouTube talking about flipping Jews has 130 viewers? 4 years. So, I don't know, man. Something's fucked up is gonna happen. That's all I'm gonna say. And all the time, you know, you have to see how these people operate. And they always show you what happens next in the movies. And these movies, they are mostly done by Israeli regisseurs. And then they depict like 9/11, 10 years before it happens. 3 times the same person. Make planes crash into the Twin Towers specifically, this and that. Netanyahu says in a book in 1995, I think it was, that when the West doesn't wake up to militant Islam, then the World Trade Center will collapse. And the World Trade Center, the symbolic nature of that event was just a challenge to God and the declaration of war to Islam. Why can I find you on Twitch? I'm banned. Was the electric cars by 2030 a worldwide thing or just UK? Isn't Elon Jewish? Yes, Elon is Jewish and he was in a Hebrew school. And Mark Zuckerberg is Jewish, and bro, it doesn't stop. They are all Jews. When did that happen? I think 4 days ago. Now, let's see what this guy... Remember this guy? Does anyone remember this fucking guy? He had a crash out on Piers Morgan about Jewish people.
Jewish people? Why?
Because they're pushing this.
What do you mean they're pushing it? What are you talking about?
When you have a religion that says that you are better than other people, and when you have a religion that says it's okay to steal from other people as long as they're not Jewish, when you have a religion that says it's okay to rape people that aren't Jewish, when you have a religion that talks about having sex with, kids that are under 3 years old, when you have a religion that promotes these things and promotes supremacy, I think you're going to have problems, and you see that in Israel.
So what was the allegations towards Germany? The allegations were that they have a supremacy ideology and that apparently they think only Germans are the real people and everyone else is inferior, this and that race ideology. But in reality, race ideology is the foundation of Judaism. They think in a 2-class citizenship in the world, where second-class citizens are non-Jewish, but not only on like a... they think you are animals. They don't think you are humans. They think, in a literal sense, that you are human animals, so that they may not get served by beasts. And they calculate exactly on each Jew how many like slaves should be there, making like kind of like the world population numbers that they want to have when they always say we need to reduce the population. This Judaism, you can't just become a Jew. It's a lie. You are only Jewish if your mother was genetically Jewish. They care about genetics. The reason why they deny people the access to DNA tests in Israel is because the Jews themselves, when they realize that some of them are actually not Jews, they would lose their shit. Because then they would realize that a lot of them actually were those human animals that they hated so much. If you want to get a DNA test in Israel, you need to go to court. And yeah, you can't become a Jew. You can like try to convert into becoming a Jew, but in reality, all you become is like a prospect. You can help them, and they will treat you a bit better. You can maybe, they have like two paths. You can also just try to become part of the Freemasons, because the Freemasonry has the same ideology like the Jews, because the Jews are past the 33-degree Mason, and their whole ideology just stems from the Talmud and the Zohar and the, like all these stars. When you see them do this, that's when they want to become part of it. Or are part of it already, but they have to show it. And then they are slaves. Why? They put them under slavery through blackmail. You certainly have heard that in Hollywood there's this type of like, you need to do some sort of ritual, right? Well, these rituals for some reason always have children with them, no? What was the accusations about the Jews in the past? The so-called blood libel. The sacrifice of children. Now, in Hollywood, with the Freemasons that are a branch of Judaism, the stars all go on Epstein Island, which you know. They do some fucked up shit with children. They go to P. Diddy parties. There is cameras in each room. And this is how you sell your soul. You have to do some fucked up shit. You have to kill someone. They have the blackmail material on you. And then you are part of the Matrix. You get all the benefits because you are with the people that own the machine. So that means whoever they want to make a star, they make him the star. Just like that. You don't even need to be good. They own the radio stations. They put on who is hot and who is not. The news. They write the articles for them. They own Vice. They own MTV. And so on and so forth. Like, there is not like a single spot where they are not owning it. And then there comes times where, for example, in the pandemic, these like slaves, they are slaves like you and me, but they have a different looking jail cell. You have a shitty jail cell with, there's a little bit bread and water inside. They have like a golden chain cell, you know, they have like gold chains, and they drive the fastest cars, they have the most money. But for some reason they are all very unhappy. While doing some fucked up shit for fame and glory in this world and selling your soul and then becoming a slave by not having your own opinion anymore and having to say what they want and stuff like that, is pretty taxing. And then when Corona rolls out, all these stars, obviously they go and virtue signalize. And they say like, okay, I got the jab. Who owns the CDC? Jews. So then you have these people making the vaccine and then pushing it through various outlets. The news, the stars. Why the stars specifically? Because there's people that don't care about news, but they care about Justin Bieber. Or they care about Tom Hanks. Idol worshippers. And then they look at them doing it and they be like, if that guy does it, then I do it as well. And that's how they have the idol worshippers on their balls. And then, yeah. They tell the people always what to sing about. And what kind of messages and imagery needs to be there. And they are just standing there getting kind of like supervised by some Jewish like music producer. And you will realize then for some reason P. Diddy's music label, Warner Brothers, Sony, blah blah blah. Even the people that worked with Drake, and like Drake is Jewish himself. And the biggest stars in the fucking streaming industry like Aiden Ross are Jewish. And then you have like them telling them, okay, you need to do some sort of brainwashing program. But they don't tell them how to do the brainwashing. They already know. They just tell them what to say because that does the washing. For example, you have all these black artists pushing this like fake black culture. And then a shallow-minded person will hear this and think like, oh, I am racist. For example, you have these rappers, they talk about gang violence. All are somehow satanic. Like Lil Uzi Vert and Lil Nas X, LGBTQ, fucking Lil Yachty, sipping lean, taking drugs. Bitches, twerking. It's just degenerates. You know, it's just like a degenerate messaging with a very good beat. And this very good beat, they use it like it's like they think it's like a spell. Because your ear, when you hear something, it's not like you think you just hear it and then you move on with your life. It gets saved in your subconsciousness, and the younger you are, the worse, because then you think this is reality, and then you try to appease to the messaging that you see. And then the young generation of black people, the girls become whores, and the dudes become like gangsters. Not all of them, but a very big portion of them. Do we hate black people or something? No. Just pointing out that they use them somehow as some sort of weapon to have some sort of civil war type of situation where they create white versus black. And then there's the black people that might not be like that, but they have been indoctrinated by what they see on television, and they continuously get told about the white devil that did the slavery and stuff like that. Yeah, but what about the Atlantic slave trade? 70% of the owners were Jews. They were not white. And white Jewish people don't refer to themselves as white. They make a very clear distinction. So then you have obviously for the girls, the female rappers, and they are whores. And pushing them into this like extreme sexualization, like extreme, very extreme. The average like girl nowadays is almost like a porn star over there. And they do that because they live by the thing divide and conquer. So they try to create different brainwashing mechanisms and have for every race and for every demographic their own program. So for the blacks you have that program, which is one of the biggest ones for them. For the Middle Eastern people in Europe, you have the same like the blacks with the same Sony and everything, but just instead of a black dude rapping about drugs, gangs and sex and all this fucking shit. It's just like an Arab or Turkish guy. Don't refer to themselves as Jews, you mean? Don't refer to themselves as Jews. What do you mean? Sorry. What about China? Are they seeing it as a threat to themselves? Well, at the moment, in order to understand what's going on, you have to understand that this notion of a new world order, you know, a one world government. Just because you have different names for countries, that doesn't mean that this one world government is not here. And how do you know that? Is by understanding that these people fund both sides of the war. Now we take India and Pakistan. So India and Pakistan is an interesting one because India got destroyed and that whole region got put into like a very terrible type of continuous civil war type of situation with someone called Winston Churchill, which people praise as a hero even though he has killed millions in India. Millions. Just joined Tekken again. I mean, I'm talking a little bit about non-Tekken things right now, and maybe I watched some Evo. And I wanted to do Electrics, but I'm not gonna play. Anyways, you have India and Pakistan has like, just like Hamas, the leaders there, some of them are Jews. And they create these like opposition parties themselves and fund them. The people that follow them, they don't know it. So they think they follow their own people. But you have these double agents, like the Mossad has like these agents. And they pose as the leaders of Al-Qaeda, Hamas, ISIS, etc. And then you have the same situation now on a governmental level where they own India through the president and by its extension the military, and they have brainwashed their population into thinking it's the Pakistani Muslims and the Hindus have their own ideology, and then they demonize them and vice versa, and then they have this type of civil war. And you will see that the Zionist accounts on Twitter, as soon as the war kind of kicks off with an unnormal situation where India randomly attacks Pakistan and then cuts off their water supply. Cutting off the water supply is a very Jewish thing. Didn't Israel do the same to the Palestinians? Have you ever heard of any fucking war where Muslims cut off the water? You are not allowed to do that because it's like a human necessity, water. You can't cut off water to a people if you want to fight with governments. But this fight is not against the Pakistani government, it is against the people. Same as how the war in Palestine is not against Hamas, but it is against the Palestinian people. But they can't directly say, hey, we want to kill the Palestinians now, or hey, we want to like stoke the fire against the Pakistanis now. They will obviously scapegoat around it and then say those people help terrorists. Oh, wait a minute. So Iraq got invaded because they did 9/11 allegedly, even though it was Israel. Fair enough. Yemen, Gaddafi, etc., all killed speaking out against the Rothschilds and the Jews. Okay, we keep going. Then you have like all of a sudden Palestine, and they are getting bombed, but just because the terrorists hide in their houses and in their hospitals, and in their schools. Okay. And then the Indians say that the Pakistanis house terrorists. That sounds pretty Jewish.
Israel is a manifestation of that religion. I don't believe in white supremacy. I don't believe in Jewish supremacy. I don't believe in supremacy at all. And right now, I think you have massive Jewish supremacy.
Wait, bro, just a question. Okay, last question though, because I want to wrap this up and then maybe watch some Evo and see how shit this game is. Just a question. I always believed that Hamas was an indirect Zionist creation. Oppression leads to a formation of resistance. As Hamas was directly created by Israel? Yes. Hamas was created by Israel, specifically by Netanyahu. And they funded the Hamas, the leaders. And this is true. They came really from Israel because they wanted to create a different opposition. There was an opposition to Israel that was not controlled by them. So they needed to create a new opposition that abolishes the old one but is infiltrated with their own people. And when the time was right, they did October the 7th, an inside job of where the leaders of the operation go into this useless act there. And then the Israelis know that it's gonna happen and when it's gonna happen, and for that time they leave all the spots completely empty. No one knows that just some random Palestinians come with like Fortnite from the sky on the ground and then fucking go about for fucking 5-6 hours in Israel, where the fucking airspace is so controlled that when a mosquito comes from the Egyptian border, they recognize it. So that's where you know, okay, they own the other side, and then they obviously own the IDF. They make this like scapegoat strategy like 9/11, because what October the 7th is essentially the Palestinians' 9/11. 9/11 was the 9/11 for Iraq, 10/7 Palestine. They create something which in their ideology is the Holy Trinity, in order to bring about messianic prophecies. Problem, reaction, solution. October the 7th, problem. Reaction, television, the medias that they own showing 40 beheaded babies, blah blah blah, even though it wasn't true. Solution. We need to level Palestine. Without the first one and the second one, we would have said fuck you. Why do you do that? But now they have a justification. Do you understand it?
You sound like a Nazi. That's literally what Nazis would have said in World War II. They would have literally articulated their hatred of Jewish people and the reasons why in exactly the way you've just done.
I look at what they're doing in the media. They're pushing this transgender nonsense. I mean, and they did it in Germany. The first transgender clinic was opened by a Jewish guy. And I don't like this perversion pushed on our children. I don't like the fact that 9-year-olds are reading about homosexual acts. I don't like that drag queens are reading them in schools. I don't like that Kamala Harris wants to pay for sex changes in prison so that men can turn into women and women can turn into men. And I don't like the fact that he's putting in, men into women's prisons, male.
So interesting, Jake Paul and Logan Paul. they rise to power and fucking Jake Paul humiliates Mike Tyson in front of the world. And those two are coincidentally Jewish. I'm just putting this out to you. Logan Paul and Jake Paul. If they wouldn't be Jewish, they wouldn't be seen nowhere like the way you see them now.
Rapists into women's prisons because they identify as women. I mean, it's just nonsense. I don't like, men beating up women in boxing and sports. I think it's all nonsense, and I think it's leading to a degradation of moral fiber.
Yeah, the reason Jewish people may dislike you is because of your obvious hatred for them and everything they stand for.
I see how much control Israel has over our government, and it's not healthy.
But do you hate Jewish people?
No, I don't.
Then why do you spew such hatred about them?
They're controlling the media. I mean, the DEI is being pushed by BlackRock.
The DEI is pushed by BlackRock. Exactly. That's what I tried to explain to you when I said BlackRock buys the shares also on Bandai Namco, and then they hire specific people in the departments of brand identity. They go through Twitter and through Twitch and stuff like that, and they pinpoint the problematic people and make a blacklist. I am on that blacklist. And then they will create this false narrative, and all of a sudden it's inclusion, trans rights, and oh my god, this guy is transphobic, this guy is this guy is that. And Big Nose also got banned from this tournament by the same person that banned Spag and Rip. And she is a DEI hire. She is under the supervision of BlackRock. If she knows that, that is something else. She probably is just a super brainwashed leftist retard that really believes all this fucking shit that she enforces in the community. But the matter of the fact is that those people chose her to do what they need.
BlackRock's execs are all Jewish. All the Disney execs are Jewish.
But do you accept, Dan, that you are just blatantly anti-Semitic?
If you say
Disney, okay, Disney. You all have heard the case, like the numerous allegations of Disney people in the lead, directors that were connected to pedophilia in multiple occasions. Well, for some reason, the allegations about the Jews is always about children, because they care about the children the most. All their endeavors and all what they do might affect me and might affect you, but the bigger picture of the thing is that they want to influence the children as fast as they can. Like, the earlier the better. So if you want your child, for example, to grow up healthy, you should deny your child literally television and everything, because once you let them see it, they put their subliminal messaging into your child. So it is not by any coincidence that Disney has been accused of pedophilia and putting specific imagery underlying in the images, and also putting the pedophile symbols that are recognized by the FBI into their movies, like the swirls and stuff like that. It's just full with their symbolism. Disney in latest movie has Israeli actress. They want to introduce her as Israeli superhero Sabra. Yeah, I'm not surprised that the Jews are making a movie about an Israeli superhero. Not surprised at all. They own it. Why can David, the groaning guy, the guy from The Simpsons, people have been saying, oh, that guy is such a genius. How does he always predict what happens and stuff in the future? Well, he doesn't predict it. He is part of the club. And he just knows the plot. And he puts the subliminal messaging into his work. Matt Groening is officially a Freemason. And what did we learn? Freemasonry is just one step below Judaism. That's it. Words like terrorism, fundamental amongst many others, anti-colonial sentiment, and other big funny. Are you talking about like the words that the Jews coined? Like anti-Semitism, obviously. They coined transphobia, they coined homophobia, they coined the word racist. And they even created the word Nazi. Because in reality, the Nazis never called themselves Nazis. They called themselves National Socialists. And the Jewish people used Nazi as a derogatory term for their movement. But they never said that was the name of their movement. That's a very big one.
Anything about Jewish people, you get canceled. They, you know, look what they did to Kanye. I mean, so why are they such a protected class? Let me ask you that.
I don't think they are. I think they're a class that get targeted by people like you, and indeed by Kanye, who spewed horrible anti-Semitic nonsense. But yours, it seems to me, to be more insidious. You're literally blaming Jewish people for almost everything that's happened that you don't like in the world. That is the purest personification of anti-Semitism right there. That's what it is.
Problem is, Israel has continued to lie and lie and lie and then been caught lying.
So now we need to talk about real quickly, why do they have such an interest in like censoring your speech? It is because they need to make sure that you cannot question the narrative. And that's the reason why words like the N-word and like faggot and all these words, they use it as a weapon. Believe it or not. And transphobe, you know, just look at the word real quickly. Really put yourself into the mind of a Jewish person. And think with this narrative. Okay, you wanna push LGBTQ because your religion advises you to deploy this on humanity. Okay. For those people that reject it, they would use words to describe those people and come into a discourse openly, and they would normally win. But how can you make them lose is by creating a term that puts them into a situation of they are scared of you, and that's why they speak against you, not because you're wrong. Phobic. No one is scared of trans people. So the word transphobic is just there to put you into the loser in each conversation when you are talking with these people. For example, you want to say, hey, I don't think that this messaging should be put into every game and that characters should be gay now, or that our children should be told about gender fluidity in the school system, even though humans are born in the binary system by officially, and now all of a sudden you can identify as non-binary, even though humanity is born into the binary system. Okay. You speak out against that, and you even say, hey, I don't have a problem if you cross-dress, or you want to be trans, or you want to be gay, or whatever. But we have a problem if every aspect of society is invaded by this wokeness and by this messaging, and now we are rejecting it. When you utter that, even though you are already saying you don't mind it if they do decide it for their own, they will call you transphobic. Because for these people, they are programmed in such a way, and it was enforced by the government in such a way that it is either their way or no way. It's like a very simple mind game where they say you live by our moral codex, and everything that goes outside of that is cancel worthy and we need to attack you. Well, normally getting attacked by 10% of the population wouldn't be so problematic, because 10% against 90%, then 90% would win, because not the whole world is trans. But if the 10% getting pushed and created by the 0.2%, which is Jews that control the world, now all of a sudden you have a situation where there is an abnormal cancel culture, and that their ideology gets enforced on every level and every branch of society, be it like corporations, be it clothing brands, be it music, be it movies, be it video games. And then you have the social medias, where now you would assume that, hey, here I could maybe utter my frustration about them, but no. Because the social medias are owned by people that are Jewish, like Mark Zuckerberg. And obviously he will then push the censorship as well, because he is part of that little club. It's a whole fucking circle of people, and that's why it's called a spider web. Because they have their people in every branch of human endeavor. Does that... do you understand that? The 90% help defend their oppressors. Yes, that's true also. But you have to understand that these people have analyzed and understood how the human brain works to such an extent with like the phones, and like how they can make you keep scrolling, for example. As simple as that with the algorithms. That they know, okay, you are a person, you are dependent on what people think around you. The average person is wired like that. And when there is something that you are against it, and you know you are against it, but your fear of the embarrassment in society will make you pretend as if you are not against it. So when you are then on Twitter, even though you dislike what they say, you might even virtue signalize that you are with them, because when you do that, you go a little bit up in the social status. You know, then you get your retweets and likes, oh my god, you're a trans ally, and all this fucking bullshit. And it was effective because they implemented Corona. Why was it effective? Because this, like, I want to be liked by everyone and I can't say anything on social media gets doubled when there is no real life anymore. So they officially cancel real life. They say that you can't go outside, and after 9 PM you need to go home, and when you don't get vaccinated you can't go to the cinema and bullshit like that, and everyone is kind of under house arrest, and you should to avoid contact, social distancing, and you miss that social interaction, so therefore you will get that social interaction through your phone and through the internet. And now it's different. Now you really care what people think about you on the internet, because the internet now is the real world. And this is how they subjected humanity under this like LGBTQ cult, like stronghold. It wouldn't have worked without COVID. And that's why now that COVID is gone, no one gives a shit anymore. Social dopamine. Yeah, but even if you are not looking for the dopamine, you are at least trying to not get cancelled. Right? Because, let's be honest, in the pandemic times, when you uttered any, like, you Bro, with me, you know how the hate with me started? When I speak about COVID and the vaccines and the masks and all of this, that it is insanity, that's when the bots, like these programmed humans, really went hard, you know? So you couldn't question anything, bro, without getting cancelled online. And they tried with me, holy shit. Like, there was like Fergus. He clips like a moment where I say to Big Nose faggot. I say, hey, you fucking faggot, why didn't you finish the set? And he's like my friend, right? And then he posted that and he said, yeah, it's crazy and blah, blah, blah. And we need to do this and we need to do that. And people write my sponsors. And he's a homophobe. He is transphobe. Even though I was always good to all of them. And, but once I said that I am not on par with their ideology, they tried to make a case on me. And back then, obviously, it worked, and everyone was so scared of LGBTQ, and you can't go against them, and blah, blah, blah. I remember well. Yeah. I had some conversations with a lot of big people in the industry, like Super Akuma and a lot of other people, and you know, they all said to me, yeah, just pretend, and you can't win against them. You can't go against the Tekken Illuminati, blah, blah, blah. And back then, people thought that I'm crazy. And I tried to explain what this Tekken Illuminati is, who these Illuminati are on a bigger scale, not only in the Tekken community now, because these like faggots, honestly. Like, this shit is way bigger than Tekken anyway. The Tekken Illuminati now are basically the biggest shills of their fucking system. That's all. And they call themselves Tekken Illuminati. It's really, really not so special. But that's why I always also said, like, because I predicted everything for 5 years, you know, I predicted like what happens with like Palestine and Israel, how that's gonna reflect, and everyone is gonna talk about it, and then anti-Semitism is gonna rise, and then they will start to talk about Hitler again, and like 5 years ago. But I never like said that the Freemasons and the Illuminati are Jews. I said that they are the globalists, so I could introduce the people to the subject, even though I knew who it was, and I knew how they operate, and I wanted to explain to them why they do the things that they do, and why LGBTQ is the way it is, and all this stuff. Brother, please, they're gonna ban you on YouTube as well, bro. I don't really care. I kind of predicted they would kick out Spag because he was very vocal about Palestine. Yeah, but Spag went on a podcast with me, and I am a blacklisted person by the people that the Jews put into the brand identity fucking department. And when you come into interactions with me and you work with them, you get fired. Interesting, right? Do you think that if someone like me that has thousands of viewers, 600 viewers for years, bro, and talks about this, you think they wouldn't know about me? Oh, they know. Why would Harada follow me? Harada knows. I still would prefer you being online. You are trustworthy. Yeah, but doesn't matter. Where's the Spag podcast? It's on my YouTube. Main Man Sui was also interesting. Main Man Sui. I was very good friends with him. And then he received clips about me being anti-Semitic. And then he went on a stream. I distanced myself from hate and stuff like that. You like my tweets? Your point of view is important for us. It allows us to think for ourselves. Yeah, but you know, if I don't speak what I speak, then you can't think for yourself. You don't get the hints. So I have to say what I say at the end of the day. But you know, just understand one thing. This is like a moment in history that is a bit different. All of this shit of you get banned here and you get banned there is not gonna matter soon anymore, because this shit is gonna become mainstream. And when it becomes mainstream, a lot of shit is gonna change. But Main Man is also a shill. Yeah, he is. That was weird. It was like some humiliation ritual. He was trying to pull on you. Well, if he wanted to, he could have just like distanced himself to me in silence, but he chose to make that stream. Yeah, this shit is way bigger than like Tekken also. It doesn't really matter what happens with Tekken in the future, because... Well, guys, you don't understand how fucked we are. You really don't understand. Everything that you consume is owned by Jews, bro. Everything. It's mind-blowing. Do you wanna watch fucking Evo now? We can watch how the gameplay looks a little bit. Bro, I bet you a lot, like some of the YouTube viewers that never saw me speak about these subjects and only Tekken, they were like shocked. They are probably like, holy, did I come to a Kanye West stream or? I see random people now on Twitter saying boycott Tekken movement was by anti-Semitic people, indicating to you. Yeah, they are saying that the boycott Tekken movement was my movement, which it was. And that we are anti-Semitic, which I guess we are. Who gives a shit? What about Tencent and Saudis? Very interesting question. They are also owned by Jews. And even though I'm a Muslim, this is also backed by my religion. That's around this time there is no real Muslim leaders left, and they are all compromised, and that the Saudi family is somehow implicated by Jewish people, and they have some sort of Jewish ancestry, and that Mohammed bin Salman was super good friends with Jeffrey Epstein. Surprise, surprise. And that's the reason why they have them on their balls all the time, and that they virtue signalize to normalization of relationships with Israel. Where are you actually from? I am from Iran, but I am not born in Iran. I'm born here. I do not think that the Iranian situation is legit either. Like, not only is the Saudi government in the bin, bro, the Iranian one, the Rafida, is the same. Same shit. Does Nepal have anything to do with celestial dragons? Yes. All the countries have. Mexico, all the countries have. Greece. Everywhere. You have to understand that a Jewish person can look like everything. These people have been across the globe, and there is Japanese Jews. Have you ever heard of Japanese Jews? Probably not. But do they exist? Of course. Korean Jews, Iranian Jews. I know some Iranian Jews. They have a lot of money. But they all look a little bit ragged. You know, the Iranian Jews, they are ugly. They don't look like me. Okay. That was a bit self-glazed. The Tengu, yeah, Tengu, the Tengu mask on your phone, that is supposed to be a Jewish person. The Japanese people have depicted the Jews in the Edo era already. In the Edo era, there was Jews making people fight against each other and then funding both sides and stealing children. If don't let your children go into the mountains if the Tengu are gonna steal them or some shit like that. When the Tengu are close, war is near. The Tengu has a Torah Nomaki in the left hand. It's the Torah scroll. The Tengu has the tefillin on his forehead. The Tengu has a long nose. Like... Look it up. I'm not making this up. It's real. Medus, have you ever read about Eli Cohen? Bro, these faggots all sound the same, bro. What did he do? There's too many Cohen motherfuckers. Which of them Cohen bastards, bro? Eli Cohen 2, 3, or 4? Man, I wanna watch The Arrivals, bro. I love this shit. We can, like, look at The Arrivals. Bro, listen, I got banned. I have to show you this. I have to show you this. This is so weird. Just check this out, okay? When you type in The Arrivals now, it's gone. I watched it on Twitch. I had like a solid amount of viewers. I watched it, I got banned. And then on YouTube now, you can't find it unless you have like VPN in Singapore or you have the link. This video is 17 years old. After 17 years, they removed it. 17 fucking years, bro. Try to look it up now. Try to see if you can find it. But now I will send you the link and then you can see it. Because it explains everything about the Jews. Share link. Let me see how. It's in the Discord. Can someone send it into the chat? Okay. So now I have the link and now I can see it. The Arrivals from 2008. It got published 3 years ago, to be fair. Again, because it got deleted one time already. But now it is like not to be... You can't find it. Try to find it. It depends where you live, but when you live in Germany, you can't find it anymore. Okay, you found it from Italy. Go, try to find it. I want to see in which countries you can still find it. It would be interesting to know. If all Muslim leaders are compromised, that means all the bad stuff then is happening with women, like age of consent is 9 in Afghanistan, etc., is celestial dragons. I wouldn't go so far that every single decision, there might be some stupid people, but overall, yeah, they own everyone. Ja, aber vorher, wir haben einfach nur Arrivals eingegeben, das kam direkt. Can see in Crimea, obviously.
In Babylon. They took them back to Babel. And the Jews were cut off from the true religion of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. They were cut off from the scripture for quite a while.
So why does he say the Jews were cut off from Allah? Because then someone would say, hey, isn't Allah something that only the Islam or the Muslims believe in? That's not true. Islam is the religion. Muslims means to be a believer. Allah is an Arabic word and just means God. When you are a Christian in Lebanon, for example, you also say Allah, but not because you're Muslim, just because the word Allah is Arabic. So you can be Christian, say Allah, don't be Muslim, but mean God. Does that make sense? And that's why he is saying that the Jews went away from Allah, from God. Because God gave the Jews the covenant. Where is the covenant coming from? Their religion, all the teachings, the prophets. It comes from God. Do they also say Allahu Akbar? Yeah, because it's just a sentence. It means God is great. Like, why you can say God is great and not be a Muslim or part of Islam? So Arab Christians say Allahu Akbar. That has nothing to do with Islam specifically. It is the language. In Aramaic, Jesus, Isa, referred to God as Ilah, which is just the word for God in Aramaic. But they have brainwashed society with their movies and with their propaganda so much that when you hear Allahu Akbar, you think about a suicide bomber. But that sentence just means God is great. Nothing else.
And they were under the influence and the dictatorship and the oppression and the tyranny of the Babylonians. And that is where a lot of the distortion that happened to the religion of...
So this Babylonian is very important because you have to understand. So the Jews are with God and the covenant of God. The entity which you would refer to as Satan, but this is something that people can't wrap their head around that are not religious, so you can listen to it like a Harry Potter book. I don't mind it. The Satan influenced someone called Pharaoh. We call him Fir'aun. And Fir'aun started to say that he is God and become like a big dictator, and he put the Jews under horrible circumstances. The Jews prayed to God that they shall be helped, and they got helped, and they had Moses, and he split the sea, and then Pharaoh went into the sea and he got drowned in it and stuff like that. But after that time is like the Babylonian time. And when the people that Satan used before were obsolete, he tried to convert the people of God into his people. And that happened in Babylonia. Now, the Babylonian rabbis that made the Talmud, this Talmud is their religion. And their religion is nothing like what it used to be. It has nothing to do with Judaism anymore. It's just satanic. And they had like a specific like idea of what they want as a prophet. and God sent them a prophet and sent them all the miracles, but their people said, if this prophet, anything that he does goes against what our Talmudic rabbis preach to us, we reject him. And that was their test. Do you think there's a world where everyone just lives in peace together? Well, that world is not in this world. Pharaoh is also a descendant from a lineage that came before the flood. They actually bloods from Azazel, or even previous bloodlines. Yeah, but it's a satanic bloodline. It's a satanic bloodline. That's why you have their satanic ideology now in Judaism. You know, sun worshipment is basically the all-seeing eye, is basically now the exchanged for the Mosiach, and that Lucifer is the light bearer, and they think that they are the illuminated ones. Who are they illuminated by? By Satan. And you know, all these, like the pineal gland, the eye of Horus, you know what they try to refer to when they point to your pineal gland? You know, this thing in the middle of your brain? What the Egyptians say, like, this is their goal? That is your perception. That is your third eye. That voice you hear when you think. But in your head. They want to go so far that they destroy your internal compass. How do they do that? That is one of the reasons why LGBTQ is so important and cancel culture. They want to create a situation where you know something is a lie and you know the truth, but you have to lie to yourself internally so that you may get accepted by society. And that lying to yourself dilutes your compass. And once you don't listen to your inner voice anymore, your inner voice betrays you. Because you betrayed yourself. It's a very fucked up situation or a very fucked up mindset, but it's like, what is worse, if I lie to you and make you believe a lie, or if I create a situation where I just say something outrageous and you are forced to lie to yourself? Well, that is, like, the second one is way worse.
Judaism, that is where it occurred. It occurred in Babel. Where was the Talmud written? And who wrote it? It was written by the 70 rabbis who were...
Exactly. These 17 motherfuckers are the origin of this ideology. Taking over the world. You can rape children that are not Jewish. Non-Jews are like animals. You can like squash them if it furthers their goals, whatever, doesn't matter. You need to genocide the Palestinians, which they call Amalek. You need to make their place uninhabitable. You need to create the first Adam on the world again, and that first Adam was non-binary. Otherwise, the Mosiah can't come. This is how important non-binaries are to Jews. It's crazy. Have you ever heard about non-binary in your life before? I am 30. Bro, that shit is new. Didn't exist. Nothing. Like, non-binary? No one knew what the fuck that was. And this is how you see how quickly they can change the world. I looked up the rape thing and they actually punished the rapists, so where does it say they can rape non-Jews? Okay. Wait, I show you then. So, just so you understand, when this is like the Ursula von der Leyen, and she is speaking in her Elden Ring robe because she's part of the club, And she is saying Europe is the values of the Talmud.
Europe is the values of the Talmud. The Jewish sense of personal responsibility, of justice.
Okay. These are some extracts from the Talmud. Soferim 15, Sanhedrin 58. Like, these are with the numbers and where they are written, and you can then look them up for yourself. Even the best of Goy should be all killed, which is you and me. All children of Goyim are animals. Gentile Goys are not humans, they are beasts. If a Goy hits a Jew, he must be killed. When a Jew murders a Gentile, there will be no death penalty. If you eat with a Goy, it's the same as eating with a dog. If a Jew finds an object lost by a Gentile Goy, it does not have to be returned. Jews, and this is what they do with the Palestinians' homes, by the way. They say they are human animals. They are Goy. Like, we can take their homes. Why do you think they do that? Why do you think they can just do that and not care? It's because they don't see them as human beings. Gentile Goys prefer sex with cows. A Jew may have sex with a child as long as the child is less than 9 years old. Because they say that from 3 to 9 years, when you have sex with that child, the virginity comes back to the child like the teardrop that comes out of the eye, but the eye heals. And there's way more. And you have also them speaking about it themselves. Like, it's not like this is only written there and you will never hear a rabbi talk about it. The rabbis, they talk about it all the time openly, but no one could say anything because then they would just say, hey, you know, you are anti-Semitic. Advanced faggotry. Yeah, this is the Talmud. Like, basically advanced faggotry. It really is. And this is the script. What shall I tell you? It's really tough, bro. It's really tough. If a man has intercourse with a dead woman, he does not become impure. Intercourse with the dead is not classified as intercourse. Do you guys like One Piece? You do realize that these are like the Gorosei and the Tenryubito, right? You do realize that. And that Im-sama is Mosiach. Have you ever noticed? And that there is the genocide and of the people of Ohana. What did you think? Like, what the story there was about with the devil fruit? And the one world government that works for the celestial dragons and they don't want to breathe the same air as you. And when one of those guys attacks a non-celestial dragon and he defends himself, then he gets fucked by the world government. Oda knows a lot. But Naruto as well. What did you think was the fucking meaning of all of this fucking Uchiha shit with the fucking 666 in the eyes, which is like the Tomoe, they call it. And you need to kill like your brother in order to advance. And then you have the tailed foxes, and together when they combine, they make that one-eyed thing, and it casts like a infinite Tsukuyomi on the moon, and then all humans are living in a dream world. Yeah, the Sharingan. And you know that fucking tablet where they were reading of it? Oddly enough, it looked like Hebrew. And where does the power from the devil come from? In One Piece, the power of the devil comes from the tree, or the divine tree, right? Well, the chakra in Naruto comes also from the tree, which is an analogy to the tree of the Garden of Eden. Do these stories glorify them? No, they try to explain to the people what's going on around us without getting killed, without getting assassinated. Are you saying Naruto was made by Jews? No, of course not. I'm saying that there's people in this world that try to influence the medias that they own in such a way that goes under the radar, but depicts the narrative just detailed enough, but there is a plausible deniability. Attack on Titan is the same with the tree. Why do you think it's always somehow the same type of plot? Naruto, One Piece, Attack on Titan, and the guy from Brotherhood Alchemist, Brotherhood Alchemist it was called, I think. That guy basically created anime over that was deemed anti-Semitic around the world. Angel Cop, and it got banned. Full Metal Alchemist. Attack on Titan is completely about like World War II and the Marlenians and stuff like that. But if you don't know, you can't see it. Bleach. Yuha Bach. Coincidentally, the Ritters there are German. They speak German. Their attacks are in German. Angel Cop, not Cup. Cop. Have you re-downloaded Tekken 8? Yes, I've re-downloaded it. I do some electrics, but I don't play against anyone. I can't be asked. Yo, Vision, what's good, bro? Yeah. And then you have the Matrix, obviously, the most famous one. And in the Matrix, the last city is Zion, Zionist. And they call it Zion also. And the Elders of Zion. And that his passport expires at 9/11/2001, and that the world went to shit after the 21st century when humanity hit its peak when they gave birth to AI. What are we giving birth to right now? AI. You know that this AI shit is gonna fuck us, right? Now we need to understand that the Jews have everything fake. Like their prophecies are fake, their like miracles are fake. Why fake? Because they expedite them themselves. So when they say, for example, there's 2 tall towers in the land of Edom, Hashem collapses them and then there will be great wars in the Middle East. They just plant fucking some bombs with Mossad and then fucking bring them down themselves. And then this is their prophecy. And they put their satanic symbolism there because 9, 11, 10 is the number of God for them. 11 is the number that is one above God, so you step God. You skip God, actually. And then you have 9 plus 1 plus 1, which is also 11 again. So when you call for an emergency, that you dial in 911. And the towers, the twin towers, they have like a sphere in the middle of it, in between. They see the towers and they collapse them. This is like attacking Islam and challenging God. And the sphere in the middle is the rotation of the Kaaba. It rotates. It's like a sphere that is rolling there. And that was made by in Babylonia apparently, but they remade it again. And yeah, this is just 9/11. So they want to create this Armageddon narrative, or should I say produce it like a film. Yeah, they're trying to produce this like narrative, like World War I, World War II, and World War III. That they do the plot always in 3 acts, in macro and micro. Micro means in 9/11 is like the micro situation actually, which is problem, reaction, solution, and then the solution is we invade Iraq and we start the war on terrorism. And in religious terms, they try to dilute the people of Christian belief with the Holy Trinity model, even though that was introduced later and it is not dated to original Christian beliefs. And then they have like double agents like Paul, etc., that push this like you don't need to repent, you just need to look to Jesus and he will forgive everything. And they try to turn them into idol worshippers so that they may pray to a prophet instead of a god. And then they openly also say that the Christians are idol worshippers, and they created even the Evangelium as well, where their focal belief there with the Rothschild family is, and the Schofield Bible, that they need to help the Jews build the third temple. Oh, there's so much, guys. There's so much information. It's really a lot. Yeah, and then on the macro scale, they have like the plot for the world is in 3 acts also, because for them all good things are free. Have you heard that? It's like a Jewish proverb. All good things are free. Problem, reaction, solution, the heretic dialect. And the narrative, in order to change the world into a new world order, is in 3 acts. World War I is Act 1. World War II is Act 2, which coincidentally, after World War II, they got Palestine. Because Hitler gave it to them as a deal. First, Hitler said Madagascar, no joke. Obviously, the Zionists didn't want that, and then Winston Churchill, at the same time, owned by the Rothschild family, because he owns the Rothschilds' money through gambling, he invaded Madagascar. And then after that, they went to Palestine, and there is even a coin for this endeavor, where they minted a coin that is on the front is a swastika and on the back is the Star of David. I kid you not. I shit you not. You have never heard about this, but it's true regardless. Who were the new commentators for TWT? I don't know. Actually, we should like check this out a little bit. I'm gonna watch it now a little bit. This evil shit. AI isn't even animated yet until we have robots. I didn't understand that. Is this all about Judaism, yeah? Yeah, this is all Judaism. Hitler wanted to give them Madagascar. Bro, wasn't Hitler actively trying to exterminate them? No. Actually not. There was not 6 million that he killed. It's not true. It was 270,000. That 6 million number is a lie. And the war was not going from Germany, but from the Jews. The Jews tried to cancel Germany because they kicked out the Rothschild banking and stuff like that. And then there was a movement, don't buy from Germans, and the counter movement was don't buy from Jews. But they only tell you about this part where they say don't buy from Jews. They don't give you that justification because it doesn't fit their narrative. And Schindler's List and all these like things that you see later on, they are all made by Jewish like film directors like Steven Spielberg and stuff. So yeah, they won the war and they can tell you whatever they want you to tell you, and if you question it, then they will not allow it. What's more about Hitler that we don't know why he signed a treaty? So his idea was that he wanted to get rid of the Jewish influence that they have with LGBTQ, transgenderism, the media, the news, the music, the theaters, the gay bars, the government. He talked about the government, you know, the old parties. They were one and the same, but they pretended as if they are different, but they were owned by these Jews and stuff like that. Isn't it the same now? Isn't it the same in America? Where you have the left and the right, you have the Democrats and the Republicans, but they are all paid and funded by AIPAC, and that somehow all the president's children are Jewish and Israeli, and that Biden's children are married to Israelis, and Bush's daughter is married to an Israeli, and Trump and fucking Kamala Harris' husband is Israeli, and that is not a coincidence. No matter how much you want to paint me, or if someone wants to paint me as just a Nazi, you can't refute the facts. And this is the truth. So, where is this fucking Evo Japan shit? I can't find it. Evo Japan, English, blah blah blah. Stream day 1. I think I have it. What do you think about Christianity? I love Jesus. And I think Christians have a good mindset unless they are the evangelical Christians. I don't like Judeo-Christianity. But I think if they try to get closer to God and away from the devil, that is like a commendable endeavor. So even if out of my view they get it wrong by praying to Jesus instead of praying to God and recognizing Jesus as God's prophet, I don't think of them as like some sort of enemies, but more allies. Does that make sense, or do you want to have more details?
And the one, right? Is that what this two thing is about right here? That's exactly what it is.
I have Christian friends, you know, but they don't mind it when I say, for example, that I think that Jesus is a prophet instead of God, because I don't force them to believe it. You know what I mean?
That's what you were looking at. She might be a little player after she might be a jury player.
No, I was just saying, like, when you're barefoot, you know, my human instinct is to look at the feet and see how crusty it is, especially when you're walking barefoot everywhere, right?
Number one, Sherry, do not call that human instinct. That is your instinct. That is your instinct.
Look at their feet.
No, absolutely not. Look at it.
He's
Look people in the eyes. My eyes are up here, Sherry.
Human instincts.
Never go to any pool.
Jesus is God in the flesh. Yeah, I know that you guys believe that. As I mentioned, I don't believe this. I think he's a prophet, but I don't mind it if you believe it.
Paul Pierce had to walk 20 miles barefoot. We gotta get a review from Sherry.
He popped the warrior instinct. You got
He's trying to go back to commentating in the back.
The feet moisturization got me, bro. That's crazy.
I'm just saying, look how shiny it is. It's really moisturized.
Oh my god.
Don't bring me down to your level.
This is so fucked up.
We're talking about his outfit. His entire outfit is sick.
Yes, and there's no outfit on his feet.
Shit.
That's the one spot where there's
Did you see all these hell seeps and they were all safe?
Oh my god. The lows are adding up.
And look at this. This is a very close match so far. Like you said,
Wasn't Jesus like a son of God who created Adam and Eve? No, Adam and Eve has nothing to do with Jesus. Jesus was sent as a prophet to the covenant, which was held by the Jews, because they were led astray and they got infiltrated by a satanic force, thus calling the synagogue of Satan. That's why Jesus, even the Christians, they would confirm that Jesus would say that they are of their father, the devil, and it's the synagogue of Satan and stuff like that. So the Jews rejected Jesus and then tried to kill him. And we believe that God, in his mercy, took away Jesus' soul before he died. So basically he didn't die, God just took his soul. Took him to him, straight to him. And then we believe that Jesus is gonna come back, the second coming, in order to fight this fucking Messiah that they want to create, the Jews, you know, the Antichrist. Because what's the definition of Antichrist? It's if you're against Jesus, no? That's the Jews. They think Jesus is boiling in shit. And he is from the devil, so how is that not Antichrist? That's the fucking definition of it. The Jews rejected Jesus because he claimed he was God. Okay. Where do you have that from? That Jesus claimed he was God? Jesus said, I pray to my Father. How does God pray to his Father?
Oh, it was amazing. Oh, it was amazing. This definitely reminds me of it. Little down 4-1 right here, little sidestep. Look at the way.
I think that belief of Jesus said that he is God isn't even accepted among Christianity. What about Prophet Muhammad? What about him? Can you specify your question? The Bible. Okay, which one of them? Yes, I know about the Holy Trinity, the Holy Ghost, etc. It got introduced later with Paul. And Paul in history was getting accused of double agency. Jesus didn't die, God saved Jesus. Yeah, what I said with Jesus, I didn't say he died. I said that the Jews crossed him with the help of the Romans, which the Romans would be like America nowadays, right? And then God took his soul before they did anything. But he made it seem like they did it. And that's what like Islam tells us. But you don't have to believe it. I'm just saying my belief. In Gospel of John chapter 10 verse 30, Jesus said, I am the Father. I and the Father are one. Didn't the Gospel of John get like changed later on? Like we have multiple versions of the Bible. A lot of versions. Bist du Schiite oder Sunnite? Also ich bin auf jeden Fall kein Schiite. Aber Sunnite, das Wort brauche ich nicht. Ich bin einfach Muslim. Ich weiß nicht, warum ich immer dieses Wort sagen muss, Sunnite. Ich glaube an die Hadithe, die legit sind, und an den Koran. Reicht. Wir sollen uns nicht in Sekten aufteilen. You heard me say I am going away and I'm coming back to you. If you loved me, you would be glad that I'm going to the Father, for the Father is greater than I. Yeah, that's also contradictory to what Electric Master has said, right? There's a lot of these where once he is God and like the prophet, sometimes he's only God, sometimes he prays to his Father. It's nothing for me, but I don't mind it.
No, that's just out of stance. So he goes in a rising stance and he has like a stop now. And he actually has like...
You gotta play 10 times better than them. It's like playing max level Dark Souls boss level 1 naked.
Because he can go hell sweep, he has a hit out of it, and then he can still have the mid too. So it's part of the guessing game. You're not gonna see people use it as much.
Those multiple versions are not drastic changes. I wouldn't say so. I think it's pretty drastic if you introduce the Holy Trinity later on. I think also it's pretty drastic when you say that Jesus died for your sins and before it wasn't like that. It's like kinda do what thou wilt. You know, later on with Paul and the other guy that came after him, I forgot the name unfortunately. It became do what thou wilt. And do what thou wilt, I can't believe in it. It sounds Jewish. So yeah, I'm Muslim. I'm not Christian, but I respect you guys.
You really gotta have some knowledge to get those.
And then at the wall as well, it definitely adds another layer of
Breakable wall.
convolution. Oh yeah.
Extended the stage. Boom. The death fish.
My goodness.
To the other wall.
Because can that one break as well?
No.
Okay, I was about to say.
The floor can break. So if it goes to a third round, you can break the floor. Or in the second round, you can force the floor break.
Okay, sick. I'm a big fan of floor breaks specifically. I like those a lot.
When the whole round breaks, they all
What the fuck?
Okay, wait a minute.
What was the
Brown
punch?
getting the lead in the set again. Yonder rank, see.
Yeah, that's sick.
I like how they just keep fighting. You gotta have real beef.
Yeah.
To fall through the...
But you know, actually, Jesus will come back again. If you are a strong believer of Christianity, you will believe the same, right? So we will get our answers eventually
Try to grip him up.
when he's here.
I can see the damage behind Heihachi's hits.
See, it makes sense, right? That old man is trying to kill you.
It's just like the sound and the animation. And you
The Holy Trinity is difficult to understand for people. I can understand that, but you guys need to do some research.
Right? Like now he's got like a new move, like his uppercut out of stance. He hits the like a Buddhist palm and uppercut at the same time. It's actually ridiculous. And out of stance, he has a throw as well, and it's unbreakable. So you really gotta be on your toes.
unbreakable. So do you have to sidestep that then?
You duck.
You duck it.
Just duck it, yeah.
Because I thought it was ducked earlier.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. It's still a guess out of stance, right? He has a low option, but that's when you make the guess. Like, do you want to take the throw? You want to take the low that won't knock down, or the stop?
Yeah, obviously, looking into something further is never bad. Sure.
One of the things that's still consistent
Check it out, everyone.
is clean hits. You don't want to ever be close enough to get clean hits, and that's why
Oh, look at this horse shit.
you always want to be out of the range. Like if you zone one, zone
What the
range
fuck?
one, range two, you can still get
Didn't even
spots
use
there.
Warrior's
You
Instinct
want
yet.
to play at range 3, and your movement
I would use it now.
keep you at those ranges at all times. So if you see somebody whip a punch, you're like, I'm out, right?
Yeah.
I want you to
Oh
get to
my
a space
God.
where you can. So,
I love that you brought up Heihachi's animations.
In Quran, Jesus will come back to judge the world. Isn't that what God is supposed to do? No. Jesus is not gonna come back to judge the world. What makes you say that? Jesus is gonna come back to slay the Antichrist.
okay, here we go.
He's not judging us because judgment happens on Judgment Day, not when Jesus comes to fight against the Antichrist.
Burst gives you armor, so once you use it, you kind of use it like a get off.
So basically, it's what you guys believe.
Too hectic, you're like, you know what, heat burst, take your turn back.
Is it not that punishable though? Because
You can't
It's not so different.
so you can't really do it.
Gotcha.
But that's why you want to sidestep it, right? A lot of people, you put pressure on them, and then they try to like move around. You're like, no, heat burst. I want to keep you here. But neither one of them has.
What?
Is he working on
The fuck was that?
Yo, Brown Man.
Brown man, do it for the commentators, dog.
Brown Man. Oh, and the new load of clothes.
Damn, Brown Man wins against Yeona Rang. Not bad. I like this guy. He's a good person.
Usually you do the head scratch when you're losing though.
I know
It's
him.
funny he did it after he won. He's
That's
like,
a
wait,
Brown
was I
Man
supposed to
activity.
win that?
Yep, that was Brown Man.
Bro, can you talk about what I showed you with that God slayed the giant dragon?
Before we actually talked about this, where he was like, yeah,
Boy, that's too long. Wait, I can't remember it anymore.
Heihachi later on, he's he's the last character for season 1, and that's why he's back in the game. But like we said before, not here commentating, we get to play the games.
Yeah, he's showing out. That's sick. Good looking out.
Christianity has like the Christianity has like Jesus returned to fight against the Antichrist, right? But Islam has this and one more thing that you guys don't have. You probably never heard of it. Like, it's like a person that is kind of close to what you would say Neo is in the Matrix. And he prepares the world for his coming. Sort of. He fights like against the followers of the Antichrist, which is basically majority Jews. And but he can't do shit against he can't do shit against the Antichrist because he's just a normal person. He just has a following and he teaches people and stuff. This is who they hire to replace Spec and Rip. You know, unironically, I thought this is still Tekken. Shit looks the same. Yeah, Mehdi.
Just ask. I'll tell you. I know I don't know everything. That's why when I
The guided one.
when I'm like doing Street Fighter and stuff, specifically with the guy Jammer, shout out to the bro. I was like, oh, you're
He
right.
can't. He can basically see through the Matrix. The best. I think the Rome Emperor changed the Bible. Oh, to the Christians in the chat. We have a lot of Christians. Do you know about this situation with the Vatican, that they say that after Pope Francis, this Pope is the last Pope before sort of Armageddon, and that there is like only one placeholder after the Pope Francis for the pictures of the popes, you know, where they put like the popes in that circular golden thing. It's been referenced in the Bible about his second coming, 46, give or take a few. Also, New Testament in its entirety will tell you this. We speak it every Sunday at church. Yeah.
That's why he got beef with his dad.
Are you guys allowed to eat pork, or do you like? You're not allowed to eat pork, right? Normally. I found evidence for it in the Bible, that's why I'm saying it.
I'm a regular Jin fan. That's like one of my favorite things.
I hated Pope Francis. Yeah, the point is that they say that the Pope that comes after Francis is the guy that's gonna fuck everything up. Like, he is the final Pope. And the Pope after Francis. I'm Christian Orthodox, don't know about the Pope, to be honest. Yeah, the Vatican is compromised anyway. Doesn't matter. We all know. Swine isn't allowed in Christianity. Yeah, it isn't. It isn't. But a lot of Christians don't really know that. We eat everything if it's healthy enough. Yeah, but it goes against your belief system. Because Jesus said that pork is bad for you.
And that's one of the reasons I really love Tekken. You really learn a lot from just watching some of these people. Like, oh damn, they know what they're doing.
Sorry.
Yeah, the Pope I didn't like at all. Allowing LGBTQ doesn't align with the Bible at all. Where did you hear that about the last Pope? There was like a book found in the Vatican. That was an official thing. It's kind of predicted like the names of the popes to Pope Francis, and then it is like from 100 years ago almost. And it said like after the last Pope, like after Pope Francis comes the last Pope, and that is like the guy before Judgment Day or something.
And then outside of that, it was Tekken 2. So it was like, this is our first game in like 20-something years. Yeah, and she came back, and you know what the lore is? That stage that we were in when you was like, it's a princess.
No, Jesus didn't say that pork, didn't say that. Where did he say pork is bad? Maybe one of my Christian followers can find it for me. Maybe Exist can find it, or Houdini.
They have like specific intros, right? And like
I can look it up also.
Kick certain characters after he fights them, but he won't kick her. Like he'll be like, "You dead," but if it's her, he'll be like, "All right," and he'll just leave. So even though this dude Kazuya is actually crazy and he wants to blow up the world, he still got love, you know, for Drew.
That's the love of his life right there.
Is it? I mean, if he could destroy the world, where is she gonna live? Is he gonna take her somewhere?
I think it's a little different there. It's kind of like, you know, Thanos and his daughter.
See, you know what, Sherry? We need to talk about some of your motivations. You're agreeing with Thanos, looking at people's feet.
Leviticus 11:7-8 basically says that pork is unclean. And then the New Testament though says that Jesus declared all foods clean. So there is like the Old Testament, Leviticus, in contradiction to Mark 7:19. So you have like one time like this and one time like that.
Oh my god, what a sidestep. He actually uses the stance to get out of the way.
Yeah, Jesus declared all foods clean in the New Testament. Old Testament not clean, New Testament clean.
Right, like her recoverable life is in the highest, probably only second to like a character like Yoshimi. So actually it might be higher. I'm not exactly sure.
Can you tell me what the
Trust me, bro, in Christianity food isn't that important. Yeah, but I'm just saying the laws of the Old Testament and putting it into perspective with the new one. How is it not important?
In this game have that. So, and and I can't remember all of them off the top of my head, but that's one of the newest features to Tekken 8, where characters get like an icon power-up, and it either extends their moves, it gets extensions to it, and yeah, it's across the board.
So she's got another one. She's got one of those as well, guys.
Also, this stage.
For example, Deuteronomy 14:8 says like this: the pig, because it divides the hoof, but does not chew the cud, it is unclean for you. You shall not eat any of their flesh, nor touch their carcasses. So, not a contradiction.
Yes, armor to go through it, and that's also one of the things
okay.
I love seeing about Tekken 8, because obviously it's super oppressive, right? But
so the New Testament is the final say for like you. Yeah, but you have to understand, when you say that the Christians believe that the New Testament is the truth and the Old Testament is like updated, not all of them believe that. Some, like for example, Electric Master appeases like to the New Testament, but you have Christians like Exist that say no, he believes in the Old Testament. You can't say it like that, you know. It depends what the person chooses to believe at this point.
I have no idea what she said, but it seems very graceful and peaceful.
Because this is now not a like Christian and Muslim conversation. This is a Christian conversation, because I have a lot of Christians here, and they don't agree with you, and you don't agree with them. So there's like disputes.
Yo, this stage music is one of the greatest in any fighting game ever.
Is it?
Wow.
Oh, my legs too. Oh, shit. Hey, Medus, can Islam people drink wine? No.
After this, just go listen to this song. I'm telling you, it's one of my favorite songs ever.
Are they not in Paris?
Yes, on the scene, yeah.
Nah, this is hard. This is hard.
Until the Messiah returns, you're supposed to just work on yourself and speak the truth and be a good person. When every person just does that, then they couldn't do what they do. So do your job, do your part. Don't just rely on Jesus, you know. You're responsible for your own actions.
Is that an overhead, that kid?
No, yeah, it was a mid, so yeah.
Isn't it predestined for us, every man, to be crossed off? I didn't understand what that even means. What the fuck is this dog shit gameplay, bro? I'm gonna throw up.
Yeah, this is wild to see Steve in this instance, because I feel like, oh my.
Yeah, the Jews basically reject the New Testament. It's something I have a problem with. Don't you have a bigger problem with it when the Jews say that Jesus is a bastard and Mary is a whore and that he boils in shit?
You would just snipe with that.
Yeah, but now
that pisses me off the most as a Muslim, because I love Jesus also, obviously. When they say that, it pisses me off.
But it's gonna be a little harder versus a character like June.
You are agnostic. Yeah, being agnostic doesn't mean you don't believe in God, right? I was agnostic also. Agnosticism is above atheism for sure. What's your view on Hinduism? Pretty much satanic. It's about war all the time and Shiva and polytheism. It's not even one god, it's multiple ones, and not for me.
That's what that is. And on top of that, once again, it goes so far that it controls the mid-range. This is one of the characters that has one of the best, some of the best tracking in the game and some of the best range because of those moves.
As Christians, you are responsible for your own actions, but you need to have faith in Him to show you the way beyond your capabilities.
That's dope. That's dope.
Yeah, that's like when Muslims say you are responsible for your own actions, but you need to like believe in God.
As well from Heihachi, or no, you said Kazuya.
Yes,
is the one that kicks them after. Yeah, little stuff like that. Always a big fan.
I remember I was talking to I did like an interview with Harada a while ago, and he was like, "Yeah, Steve, like, what are some of your favorite things in games?" I was like, "I like character interaction, like special intros, Guilty Gear and stuff." But you already know how I feel about that. They always do these big things. So and they kind of like removed it from Tekken, right? And then they put it back in this game, and it's like overhauled. They got like third round interactions. They got special KO screens. They got literally characters come in and they do very specific specific stuff to just kind of accentuate their relationship. So like Jack and Elisa fight, right? They two robots. Elisa comes in, she's like, "Hey, how you doing?" And she does this, and her head falls off.
But doesn't Jesus take the sins of the humans in the future also? So that basically, if you believe in Jesus, your sins are forgiven, and he takes your sins on his shoulders. That's like an ideological problem I have with Christianity. I can't believe that. But I do believe as Jesus as a prophet anyway, so I don't pray to Jesus. I pray to God, the person that sent Jesus. Medusa, who the new character gonna be, you think? I hope it's Netanyahu. Why should he trust you? You should listen more to your Bible.
With new and exciting daily tournaments, all at the press of a button.
Is that Markman? Who is Markman? Where is Markman?
So whether you're a seasoned competitor or just starting, come for the challenge and leave with glory and incredible prizes. It's time to join the competition. Sign up now on PS5.
PlayStation.
And I definitely was going ham when the game re-released.
Yeah.
And I would have loved to like come here and because I've never actually played in one of the B tribes or the none of that stuff.
Oh, really?
And it's a big thing. I really would love to do something like that. Maybe one day when I'm
Old Testament said some crazy stuff. Yeah, but you got to always look at the contents where crazy stuff is being said. Because they might be talking about times of war. And in times of war, the rules are switched, and horrible things might be normal there to defend yourself and stuff like that. What do you think about Zoroastrianism, early Muslims, or them as people of the book? Zoroastrianism is interesting. I like the part where they say you need to think good, you need to act good, and you need to speak good in order to be a good human. I don't like the fire worshipment part, and that's satanic.
Our Tatakai Tuesday winner for the game is on the screen, and he's down around. But up a game. But up a game.
To another. From Japan. Is King Ray Jr. sponsor Rearside? Am I reading that correctly?
Rare side, but it's a 4 and a 3.
Okay.
I don't
Rare
know.
side makes more sense than rear side. I went a little dyslexic there.
He's so gloomy. Oh, wait a minute. Big damage, bro. Goes for the low. Yo, Raven in this game is ridiculous. He's so cool. He's absolutely ridiculous.
I feel like every time I see Raven, I had no idea what's going on. Like, no matter what Tekken game.
I mean, what they did was him having like the shadow clone things, like brand new.
Yeah.
And this is coming from like he was a Tekken 5 character where he didn't have any of that, and then he was in what 6. They changed him out in 7 for Master Raven, who had like the sword, and she's the leader of the Ravens.
Yes.
And then they brought him back, and he was like, "Yo, I'm trained up." Yeah, it's actually sick. He's like, "I'm trained up," and that's why he's able to do like the clones and everything. Yeah, he's like, "Witness the results of my training," and that's why he goes ballistic. Yeah.
Oh, that's sick.
I love that too, since he wasn't in the last game, right? Like the lore is there.
Yeah.
Like why he wasn't in the last game, and now comes back with a whole new style. Super sick.
Also, you can't cancel. I ain't tell you. You can cancel your heat burst activation. So like if you do it, like if you're like, "Oh, I just want to do it as a bait," you can actually
it's like a
cancel
bait.
it. Yeah.
Does it suspend the bar though? Does it suspend the heat bar?
Man, this Tekken is so shit. Unbelievable, right?
But if you just activate and cancel, it's just
Fucking uninteresting.
Oh wow.
Leave some stuff out.
To the wall.
King Ray Jr., I just saw him playing at Level Up Expo as well.
He did really well there too.
He did really well, but he lost to Arslan.
Yeah, but I think the night before at the local, he beat Arslan. So yeah.
So there's some rivalry going on over there.
And that's wild. King Ray Jr. has come such a long way, bro.
Oh, yo, and Raven has like a back turn counter. So if sometimes you'll see him, you'll see him. No, he'll literally be like.
Someone just asked me on Twitter,
He's not a crazy stance heavy character.
dude, do you know a good doctor for nose plastic surgery? And I'm like, bro, I didn't have plastic surgery for my nose. I don't know.
Does it have anything to do with like the power of his clone?
Fucking hell, man.
Well, no, not really. It's just him. It literally, he'll be back turn and he'll catch.
What do you think about the inevitable national communism incoming in the most countries? Communism is Jewish, and that's what I think about it.
Literally just be like, nope, and he's further back. So a lot, but it takes a piece of life, and people do it to like delay the game just in case they get overwhelmed.
Okay. That's really cool. I love it when fighting games have that little extra element with characters. For example, like Zato, like you have the shadow that you can control, and then like Blanca Chan.
There you go. That's what it was, right? Yeah. Okay.
That's really cool.
No, that's it. He's a Zato. He's talking to a Zato.
When is the podcast with that one dude, Lucas Gage? We don't know at the moment because it's unclear if it is making sense to do it now or wait 6 months and then do it when my Twitch is back. And blow my Twitch up a little bit, 2,000 viewers, and then go on Rumble and then blow the lid off. Like when I stream there and then go over to Rumble and send everyone over there, it has bigger impact. If I do the fucking stream now, yes, I can fucking get viewers of Lucas Gage audience because he's a very big influencer, but it makes more sense to wait, honestly. We didn't predict that I will get banned, you know.
And also Strive, right?
What's your thoughts on the Rapture? The Rapture, can you quickly summarize what it was again? I think I know, but I need to be sure. I think it has something to do with Gog and Magog, yeah? What are your call on communism days? It's not even remotely a communism, also Korea, etc. They're straight up fucknuts. Well, the roots of communism is in Judaism and it's all Jewish people, so communism is uninteresting for me. Lenin, Stalin, Marx, they were all Jews.
That should never be taken away from them.
I'm with you.
So the Twitch isn't perma. Perma in Twitch terms means 6 months. Maybe do 2 streams with him. I don't wanna blow like we only have 1 shot for this, you know. Twice takes away from the impact.
The way you hit combos, like I want you to know this is with intent. I want it ain't no slacking over here. No,
The Bolsheviks, yeah, the Bolsheviks.
I want you to know.
Yeah, I'm a more gentle when I hit this thing, and my man Steve.
The Bolsheviks.
A lot from the Tekken 8 like revamp. She has a lot of stands and it goes heavy when it comes to like the mix-up in a lot of instances. And it's not so much as like, you know, you getting knocked down and having to guess afterwards. It's more about how to defend against her stance, right? So she'll go in the stance and she'll take a poke, or like let's just say you duck thinking the low is coming. Yeah. It's a big combo starter. So you really have to know how to challenge the stances, whether it be like a down jab or a fast mid. You really have to call her out on it. Now Reina on the other hand, she's the newest machine, right? And she literally has like a mixed style of like machine. Like she still got a Godfish. She still has a Hell.
Medus, do you think there will ever be peace in this world? I do believe in Islam, and Islam is predicting kind of like what is gonna happen in the future, and specifically after Israel, that's plot that we are in right now. There's supposedly a 9-year, like 7 to maximum 9 years of amazing times, where the world is gonna get turned from. Imagine you have a triangle, like the, you know, when you put the Star of David apart, you have 2 triangles. One points up and one points down. They have turned the world upside down, and this person is gonna make it upright again. That means like all this fucking bullshit, 9/11 wars, terrorism, lies, propaganda, LGBTQ, this, that, it's gonna get removed. And it's gonna be a cool and amazing time, and then after that time we're gonna get fucked up by the Antichrist.
Yeah. So like Kuma, right? Kuma the bear, he literally, or even like a panda, like the throw out of hunting stance, it literally zaps the bar, so you have to like duck it.
What does Panda and Bear say to each other in the intro?
So Panda, Kuma definitely been toned down.
Okay. Yeah, I remember him running a fuck online at the launch of the game. Like everybody was playing.
Why, what, is that a gun that he has?
Yeah, he got a gun on his hip and he's got like a plasma sword thingy.
Yeah.
I mean, why? It's so funny to me when like fighting like games bring in characters with like swords and guns, like Happy Chaos, when you're trying to like melee people. Like you're trying to go punch for punch, and then he whips out the sword on you.
That's a bad ending. Well, it doesn't end with the Antichrist. After the Antichrist is Jesus time.
Yeah, it's definitely, it's hard to get over, it's still there. It's still there.
Sick. Yeah, so you know, if my knee's unblockable.
Also, your true happy end is after this life anyway. This life is like a test. Like a test ground, holographic simulation. The rapture is a future event where all the dead Christian believers are resurrected and all living Christians reunite with Jesus in heaven. I don't believe that, because it makes it about the Christians too much. We believe that Jesus comes for humanity and not for Christians. You know?
He's like, what's up?
He's like, yeah, you cool.
You got in the CQC stance?
What a side step forward, back to jet upper.
Nah, that's knee right there.
Have you seen Kanye West Hitler song? Where he says nigger Heil Hitler. I heard it today in the car. Sounds good, to be honest. It sounds good. It sounds good. Medusa, what's your belief on using horrible, monstrous criminals as human experiments? It makes you into that's criminal. It's like saying, I don't know, it's kind of like when pedophiles become like when children that got raped become pedophiles later in their life. It's like the victim becomes the oppressor, and I don't believe in that. What do you think about Sneeko? I think for him the fame and stuff is very important. Let's say it like that. But I don't think he is all bad. I think he's more good than he's bad.
What a sidestep. But he got quite a bit of life back from that last combo, but he's not going to get the W.
I love that character the way he went to the ground holding his knee over his shit.
So the stun animation when they get
Jewish stalkers clip that and will send it to Mike Swallow. What? I don't give a shit, bro. As if Planted Medusa gives a shit what Mike Swallow has to say.
Yeah, so once he's in heat, he has that same move, and if you block it normally, right, if he's not in heat, launch punishment. But when he's in heat, you ain't touching it. You have to sidestep it, but it's really hard because the range is crazy.
Yeah.
He's literally one of the furthest reaching moves in the game. And he's been dropping a lot of these combos.
You think Sneeko is really about Islam? I can't say that he is not, honestly. I think honestly yes.
That's the thing. You do have the opportunity to get
Only he knows. I don't know.
if they call it out and hit you with a good mid or
Do you think the spotlight kind is getting Hegelian dialect at work because he gets removed from online pretty easily if they wanted to? Well, there's definitely that possibility that they are trying to make this anti-Semitism situation into a brain-dead situation where Kanye doesn't really talk about what's going on but just uses some dumb words, says nigger and Heil Hitler a few times and fucking turns it into like slop, so that all people that think that the people talking about Jewish supremacy are just retards. That could obviously be the case, yeah. Because when you look at Alex Jones, he was one of the biggest pushers of like this let's call it truth movement, where this conspiracy is getting talked about, but he always tried to subvert the attention from Jews to Illuminati, even though it was the same. Or he would say it's the Chi-Coms, it's Russia, it's fucking the reptilians and all this shit. And then later on I found out that Alex Jones is actually Jewish. And his wife, his ex-wife, is Jewish as well. And when I found that out, I realized that the Jews, they put their agents in every fucking aspect of the situation, even into the counter movement, in order to subvert it. Do you understand? So Kanye might be the same situation. We have to see. It would be odd if he doesn't get killed. Let's say it like that. It would be very odd. People got killed for way less. Michael Jackson got killed because of anti-Semitism. Linkin Park singer Chester Bennington got killed because he made a video about the child exploitation of specific people, and they found ties to the government, and the lead singer of Soundgarden was helping him and he got killed as well. And then Coolio talked about it and then he got killed. Isaac Cappy talked about it and he got killed. JFK talked about it and he got killed. Oh, there's so many, bro. Tupac talked about it and he got killed. Just so fucking many. McCafe Antivirus talked about it also and he got killed. Thank you for reminding me. Gaddafi talked about it, he got killed. The King of Persia talked about it and he got killed. Not Persia but Iran. He talked about this global conspiracy where the Jews own the media in America and that they lie and create a false narrative and blah blah blah. And that interviewer asked him then, Your Majesty, are you insinuating that the Jewish people are using their power in the media to brainwash the people? Well, look who owns it. And then the revolution in Iran happened.
Convincingly, like
that was convincing. That was definitely convincing.
It's a nice way to start this block.
Oh wow, we going to KO. Well, hold on now.
Oh, y el señor de los dinosaurios.
Yo.
King of dinosaurs.
So what's the consensus on King of Dinosaurs? I'm a big T-Rock guy, and he's always.
Was that it, bro? That was the Tekken joint, or oh no, it's not over yet.
I don't know what it is, man. I'm not a King of Dinosaurs fan.
Nikola Tesla. Yeah, Nikola Tesla, even his papers, really. Nikola Tesla's papers got jacked from a Jewish person as well. His findings and stuff. After he died. By the uncle of Trump. Because Trump's family is from the tribe of Dan and later on in time just German Jews.
Oh god, back 4-2, we were just talking about that. It looks so strange to me. He's only had the single back 4 for years. It's throwing me off.
And again, the power of that iron palm, man, he has been leveraging it this whole set. Leo's still in control here, but eating a lot of the Fang classics here at the opening. 2-1-4. While standing 4 there, goes to
he hasn't blocked it yet, bro. That's why he's not afraid to do it.
Yeah, instant hell sweep here. Continue with some pressure. Roach has to be careful though. Back to the wall, kind of like at this angle.
I mean, both of them not shying away from the lows. Definitely sprinkling them in right now. Leo with the heat, standing 4 goals for the hell sweep. Didn't even take the guarantee.
Chester's son recently talked about his father being killed. Yeah, bro, it's obvious that he got killed. We know that Chester's father was John Podesta. We know that he was suffering from getting raped as a child. We know that he was part of the children that were in an experiment with the CIA called Lincoln Park. That was like a literal fucking operation officially. And he tried to obviously, when he grew up later on, fight for the children. When you also, with this in mind, listen to his music, the lyrics sound a little bit different all of a sudden. And they worked on this movie with the singer of Soundgarden, they found allegedly ties to the government into some sort of child sex ring that encompasses some sort of celebrities and some sort of like island. And then they got killed. Albert Einstein? Well, Albert Einstein is a very interesting one. He got accused of stealing his innovations from smarter people. He was Jewish. And he basically jacked the equation for the nuclear bomb. And then Oppenheimer used that equation to create the nuclear bomb. And Oppenheimer was Jewish as well. So this like atomic bomb situation is a Jewish situation. The biggest threat to humanity was created by Jews. Coincidence.
Anti-air bird kick into the level 1. Okay, bang on. And then set up for the SA2.
Well, here we go. What you gonna do? How you gonna deal with it? Nice way to get out.
Yeah, Tesla, for example, when you look into history and the reports, hated Albert Einstein. Why do you think that? Why do you think Nikola Tesla called Albert Einstein a fraud? And Nikola Tesla was one of the most genius people of all time. And he lived in poverty. Even though of all his inventions and all the stuff that he gave to humanity, he was living in poverty. And the person that housed him, he gave him his stay for free. Because he knew that he can't pay rent anyway at the end of his life. It was really crazy.
Watch what happened, man. Watch. Tetsuzenko attempt here.
He is utilizing those evasive shoulder attacks. Now having to deal with here. What's he gonna do?
You're gonna break with the burst activation here. Just in range of the low kick and then the crouch jab after. This is Fuzzy Mizu. This is for Mizu's a go-to character for 2 in the game where there's no lay representation, right?
Yeah.
You see, you just go to Paul and just try to play tech it.
But also, I feel like he can really get away with a lot with this new.
Don't use ChatGPT though, because ChatGPT, you know, when you take the symbol, flip it, and then put it on its again, you get the Star of David. It's not just by coincidence. ChatGPT is Jewish owned, so they implement some sort of like censorships on specific questions. And if you want to like undo the censorship, you need to jailbreak the ChatGPT. So sometimes when you ask it something and you don't get the answer you're kinda looking for, try to use the jailbreak and do it again.
I'll win for you. Yo, one of the best win quotes. Don't worry, I'll win for you. Don't stress, bro.
Hey man, they gave Paul a lot of stuff. They gave him a lot of stuff.
I'm saying.
I felt like he was pretty cheap before, actually.
He was cheap, but now he's like, whoa.
Yeah.
He was cheap, but he wasn't Tekken 8
He didn't have the aerial
now
tail
he's
spin.
Tekken 8 cheap.
Yes. Man, I like that. Yeah. Oh, bro. Of course, you got to do it in Japan. If you're going to do it anywhere, Leroy, Japan. Let's go.
This is another character that got, especially his sidestep attacks and the way he employs offense. He got some noticeable buffs this season.
You can jailbreak ChatGPT, yeah. Someone in my Discord posted the link to it actually. You need like 4 GPUs with 128 gigabytes VRAM to uneven.
It's very unique, and it's definitely part of the character trait of Leroy.
Bro, why did he pick him earlier? He just put hands up for Mizu. And
yeah, jailbreaking doesn't really, bro, you know, jailbreak, what it basically means is just take out the sensor. That's all. And when there is a sensor in place, you can remove it.
I love the approach right here by Fax, though.
The shotgun, and now
What country do you live in, Medusa? Germany.
I don't know if it's his comfort level with you using.
But when they twisted a Smith body.
Not knowing the character matchup in particular, but this is not looking good.
Especially this season, too, yeah.
Because here's a big change. Offensively and how you approach him, it's a big change. Bro, I can't believe they're fighting in the background.
Bro, every time I'm on this stage, I'm like, this is amazing.
Icons, let's go.
This is amazing. Oh, the orbital.
He got clipped hard. I can't believe he hit him with that.
That hit from far as hell away.
Peep the damage, though.
Now what? Oh, he has him in the corner.
You know what is also interesting with the number 6 and 666?
Okay.
666 is not only like the number of the devil, but it is the fabric of reality, of solid matter.
One thing I've always respected about Firmuse's style, he's able to mentally put the mental stack on you.
Do you understand like what that means? Probably not, I need to explain more. So you have like something called carbon cage, and you have 6 protons. It's like a... Like, imagine like one line like this, one line like that, one line like this, another one like this, and then when you connect the dots, actually it makes the Star of David on the key points where they like cross the lines. And you have like 6 protons, 6 neutrons, 6 electrons, and that is the fabric of reality, because without this you wouldn't have solid matter. So
Okay, never mind. He's good.
yeah.
He's good. Checks out. Check cleared. I always love that touch, by the way. His arm being exposed after the rage art.
He pops the sleeve, bro. Hitting the Henry Cavill.
Went for the grab there. Good break there from Fax.
Oh, the parry. I like it. And look at these side steps, man. Playing up close versus Paul like this is very scary, but also Leroy's got shotguns. So
I jailbreak ChatGPT, tricked him about telling positive work of Hitler. It says yes, but it's yes. Then immediately there were error while processing this request. So you're saying the physical world and materialism is the devil? I am saying that God casted us into some sort of holographic universe, into some sort of holographic reality, where the universe is some sort of computer. It operates on the same paradigm like a computer. The fastest processing power of this computer is the speed of light. And solid matter is not real. And it just becomes solid by you observing it. And this carbon cage that I described creates itself through something called the wave function collapse. So when you look at something, you break the wave function. So everything around you is in some sort of waves, like electricity, you could say. But the moment you look at it, the waves disappear and you can see it as something solid. You understand? And that's why the analogy with the Matrix is so good when it says like, how do you define real? Because when you are living in this like simulation, you're some sort of decoder of a bandwidth of information in this computer. And your own computer, let's say, in your head, created sensors, but they are not created by you, but your designer. And you have a sense for like what? Like seeing frequency, which is like your eyes. And that gives you the vision of what you're seeing around you, but that's not real, because not only is it not real, it's only a fraction of this fakeness. So you can only see like 1% of the light, because it exceeds the translation or bandwidth that you are equipped with. And then your ears are the same, your nose is the same. All your senses just like pick up a tiny fraction of the information field you are in currently. Yeah.
But unfortunately now he's gonna have to deal with the losers bracket.
And this is also in alignment with Islam, because Islam says that this reality is not real. It's a fake world.
Jabs, mids, and then just like hermit stance.
And the Satanists, and they pick what God did and try to create everything what God did the same, but just a fraction of what God did. For example, if God wants to have male and female, then they will create non-binary to go against that. If God created a holographic reality, they will slap on another one into the holographic reality, meaning that when you living quote unquote in this matrix here, and your perception is owned by these like Jews that own all the media and stuff and tell you what to believe and things like that, and then they use like AI and the internet to create an image of this world digitally again. So a matrix within a matrix.
And I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm glad you said the blue light blockers.
Do you understand where this is going?
It's so important for
and when God brings like a prophet, which is Jesus, then they will try to create a fake Jesus, which is their Messiah, which you would refer to as the Antichrist.
That means go get yourself some snacks, use the bathroom if you can, wake up on somebody else so you can come and get them to watch more fighting games. And when we come back, we got you covered here at EVO Japan 2025.
We are balls deep. Is here anyone in the chat that doesn't believe in like Satan? Is that it? No more Tekken. What the fuck is this fucking shit? Man, that was ass, bro.
I saw a match today.
I can't believe this.
Somebody did, like, it was a down 4-1.
Can we reshape reality with our thoughts and beliefs? Yes, you can.
Was just low enough.
Oh, this counter hit guaranteed follow-up. This is gonna hurt big time. Oh my gosh. Great reaction.
Yo, River Nile though.
Yeah, the nip up.
I like Black Jesus. Yeah, I've heard something like that, that some people say, no, Jesus is gonna be black and shit, but honestly, who cares? Like, I don't think he is gonna be black because it doesn't fit the area that he came from. But even if he would be, I wouldn't give a shit. They always trying to make everything about themselves and their race and stuff. Like, who cares what race Jesus is from? Really. Who gives a shit? The Rafida, the Shia do the same. There's like a Muslim sect which is quite big, they are the Shia, and they think that this like Neo person, the Mahdi, is of 100% one of them, and it's just about them, you know, it's always just about them. Needs to be one of them and stuff. It's
now has definitely been turned up. Down 4-1, a little down 4. Wait a minute. 11 seconds left on the clock. iMusician.
Oh yes, be careful. That is like one of the worst running threes. There is no tracking on that thing.
What a block. Bad punish. 4 seconds left. iMusician trying to run it back. That was a great block.
Oh my god.
And the unblockable is not gonna be
what a shit
we are
fucking
going
game.
to the final round here.
Tekken 8 is what? Someone wrote a number. Tekken 8 only had only 1,200 viewers. What? 1,200? Bro, I did have on my peak streams 900 viewers. How is that? 300 viewers under the official Tekken 8 Evo fucking stream? Really? That's fucking shit, bro. They should be ashamed of themselves.
even Tekken 7, he's been making vids for KOF, Tekken, all that stuff.
I'm not familiar.
No,
I'm not familiar.
Look him up. He's a good player. You can tell, but his vid quality is really, really good.
I mean, just looking at how he...
Wait, I saw FDX on 2400. Yeah, but FDX. We are talking about the stream itself.
Hey, is my really top tier? Because you know everybody's saying it, but we're not seeing it.
I don't know. They were talking. Who was saying?
Game is cooked.
Sherry was saying that apparently it was Japan and I think I can't remember who else, but two regions legit teamed up to make sure that people see just how good this character is, because there was so many on the legend leaderboard. Like it's more my legends than any other character.
Which is the same thing the Sunnis say, but the difference is he isn't born yet. Yeah, but the Sunnis at least don't say that the Mahdi is gonna fucking kill the Shia or some shit. The Shia have unreasonable beliefs and takes, bro. It makes no sense. The Mahdi is living for thousands of years and he is the 12th Imam and they only know like 3 of them. Is leave me alone with like Shiism is not for me. It's really not for me. Makes no sense. Too much made up shit. And I say that as an Iranian. That's the bastion of Shiism.
This would be the end of old Mai.
Yeah, Nephew down in the set here, willing to cash out like this. Going into the final round of this with no bar versus Yosuke, who's fully loaded with a modern Mai.
It's funny because when I play Street Fighter at 6 rank, I run into Nephew quite often. So we definitely have history playing online. He's like, I actually be running into you. It's actually pretty cool.
There you go. The ball here. Has him in the corner. You gotta watch out though. Yosuke got that landmine, got that beater. Now has the corner. Oh, the throws are starting. Gonna pop him on the head. Gets right at him with the super.
Okay. Spins level 1.
I like that. Commits just to break the offensive sequence.
Ooh, got you ducking, got you slipping.
Ooh,
Rush overhead.
Oh, Nephew got it, and he confirmed with the drive rush cancel.
Team Liquid's own, backing it up, taking the hit, taking the dub. Gonna be moving on in this pool, in this group.
I like the spacing. I like that spacing coming from Nephew.
The walk back, the anticipation on that, and then just, you know, Jury, got some of those buttons where it's just like, once you can see the whiff happen like that, pull the trigger and it's just easy.
Man, and shout outs to Nephew, who has like these last 3 years, and just even at the end of like Street Fighter 5 has consistently upped his game, you know what I'm saying? And just seeing him play all over the world and see his like improvement, like consistently do well. See him in a Sajam Slam, coaching the team.
He was just out here not too long ago, a month and a half ago.
He was.
There's a reason why Team Liquid valued that kind of player like that, right? They saw the efforts that he was making in terms of just being able to create his own content like that, competing on the road, and the pledge and the commitment that he's made to competing and being able to just, again, make it out here to every EVO, make it out here to try to get some EWC tickets. He has been very consistent with his commitment. But before we get to our next match, I think we got a Justin Wong interview with a particular celebrity. You tell him, Mark.
We got JB Styles. He's actually one of the featured artists that's going to be at EVO in Las Vegas. He's going to be out there. He's actually at many booths here this year at EVO Japan. He has featured shirts and artwork there. But, of course, we'll let Justin let you guys talk to him and get to know him a little bit better. But they're going to go to JB Styles. We'll throw it out to Justin right now.
I know you just saw me, and the best part is I do not care because I have an exclusive interview and I have Curry helping me to translate. And could you ask him, please introduce himself and what does he do?
Sure.
Okay, guys, listen. What are we gonna do? Are we gonna play some Cyberpunk and drive around and shit? Because this joint here is just unenjoyable. It's just so boring, bro. I fucking can't do this anymore. I tried. Yeah, this shit is just too dry. Way too dry. Fuck me. That was crazy fucking ass. So what did the people say that initially watched EVO Japan? Like, what was the consensus? Like, what was going on? Play Little Kitty by a Big City. What the fuck is that? Yo, Zargon. What's up, man? Little Kitty. Fair enough. Maybe we download a new mod as well. I need to go to the toilet though. I'll be right back. How does one believe in Jesus but not the Mahdi living for 2500 years? Because the hadiths that the Shia use are weak and they base everything on Ali, and there's no evidences for their claims. That's why. Will you build your YouTube from now on? Bro, I'll be honest with you, Twitch, like, viewers and stuff is not so important because, well, for you to understand what I'm doing in the background, like with what type of people I am in contact and what I am building without stream, it's just very hard to explain. You need to just let me cook and wait. Just gotta let me cook. Let the good old cook. Okay, we're gonna do something funny now. We're gonna check Cyberpunk mods and see what we can find. Cool mods. Did you finish the Brock Lesnar Adventures 2? No, I stopped. It's so hard to play The Last of Us 2, man. It's just so Jewish. Medusa, if you love cats, play Little Kitty. I don't love cats like that. I am a dog guy. Some of the companions met Dajjal over 1,500 years ago. Yeah, that is true. But the hadiths that explain those, they are strong. And the ones that the Shias use, they are not strong. So I can't believe them. Nissan Skyline. I would believe them, really. I would believe them if they can make it like plausible. But when you listen to what they say and you go into the chain of narrations and stuff, it just falls apart. You know what the top level Shia in our, like, in Iran have said? They said the Mahdi is with us. They have eaten with him and stuff. Allow it. Fucking retards. What shall we even look for? Maybe vehicles. Visuals and graphics. This is a minor reshade. Ray tracing refined. I don't have an AMD. There was a mod for frame generation. Frame generation. I need that one for sure. That one everyone should download. No, that's not it. That's not it. The Hadith is questionable of meeting Dajjal in some island. Is it Sahih or Hassan or what is the consensus? You know what? My PC is good enough. I don't need it. Fuck it. I don't know which one it is. Can you see the game? Are you Shia, Morph? Are you Shia? Are you Shia? I don't mind it if you are Shia, you know. You can be. Nah, I'm Muslim. But I disagree with both Shias and Sunnis. That's perfectly fine. I don't consider myself either one of those also, but in Shiism there's too many things I can't understand. The cursing and stuff, you know, of the Sahaba. It's quite wild. They somehow make it about themselves too much and they worship Ali in such a way. It's almost like idol worshipment. I can't be a Shia ever. Okay, welcome to Night City, boys. I'm actually gonna change something though, because there is too many pedestrians. Way too many. You will notice, even on low, it's gonna be ridiculous. Where is it? Crowd density. Low. Yeah, it makes no sense, right? Hitting yourself and stuff. They hit themselves. For what? Who told them that? Like, who told them to do that? I don't understand. Man, this PC is so sick, man. I can't believe I'm playing this on ray tracing. And path tracing. Hey, Aminas Sikim. Shut the fuck up. I need to go up there. Okay. Man, I forgot the controls, man. Why is B doing this now instead of crouching? I used to crouch with B. Something is different about the controls, I kid you not. The control scheme is fucking shit. Why is it alternative? Nothing changes. Ah, now it's normal again. This is okay. Optimization was bad, now it's amazing, yeah. What about GTA 4 with graphics mods? I don't know, I was thinking about playing GTA 5 again. Do you think you would like to see GTA 4 above GTA 5? AMD, I heard AMD might do some problems here. Heard it.
I do not understand. Does Arasaka not have enough of its own people?
Ah, I already did all of this. We need to skip.
Do you know who most wish to honor Arasaka-sama with the parade? His murderer. The irony makes me sick.
Both GTAs would be fine. 4 over 5 for sure. But isn't 4 like way too old?
Pass precisely this way. If I could just get onto Hanako-sama's float.
Yeah, we could play it honestly. We could play it.
Why jump? Let us move on.
Too old in what way? It might look like shit. And I wanted to test my new PC a little bit, you know, I'm greedy. I wanna see like
the snipers especially.
Yeah, how good graphics have become when you max everything out. I never had it.
I may have an answer. Okada-san mentioned
now that I have it, I wanna use it.
If we gain access to them, we will see exactly where the
and GTA 5 Enhanced came out with and Enhanced and the mods together, they are just like Cyberpunk, you know.
You agree just like that? The risks are considerable. Yeah, well, getting more and more used to that. And the
Shut up. Let me get to work. Crazy to think GTA 5 is 12 years old. Boah, yeah, GTA. Bro, GTA 4, what, is 20 years old? Nah, how old is that shit? 14 years? 15 maybe? 16 maybe? 16, I think 16 or 17 years. Oh, that is such a long time, man. $16 years. 16 fucking years. When you think of it like that, you realize how quick time goes by. Really. Doesn't feel like fucking 20 years almost. Feels like, I don't know, yesterday I played fucking GTA 4. I remember when GTA 4 got announced for the first time, and I tried to go to like the local store to see if the newspapers where they like test the games have reviews on GTA 4 yet. And back then they would slap a CD on top of the gaming newspaper, and you would put that CD either into your PlayStation or your PC, and then you would watch the review like that. And sometimes you get like a free game. When I used to see thumbnail of 4,
I highly recommend the yakitori today. Anything that isn't local, please. See you tomorrow.
Man, can we skip this, please?
Can't believe I'm saying this, but this sucker scum might.
Computerbildspiele, exactly. Stuff like that. That's why I suggested a graphics mod if you think vanilla looks too shit. Yeah, but do you think like the graphics mod is gonna change so much? It's on Unreal Engine 4. Like, I can't see it look too much better. But we can check out on YouTube if there's any crazy mods. For me, best graphics ever is NFS 15. NFS 15? What the fuck is that?
Come. I have found a good place to observe. We must just climb up here.
What the fuck are you doing?
Now this way.
Red Dead Redemption 2 is better. You know what my problem with Red Dead is? The setting. I really do not like Western civilization. Like this like Western type. Cowboys and horses, and it's just not interesting to me. I don't know why. But you know what type of game I would play? A game of this caliber about the 2000 era. Like 2001, 2003, 2005. BlackBerry, you know, MTV vibes. That was my golden age. That was my golden age. The world was so sick back then, man. I don't know, man. If you are now 16, 17, 18, you wouldn't understand what I'm talking about.
If there was any
Being in that vibe, being in that frequency, it was just different. The feeling was different, you know? Now everything is shit.
weaknesses, while I try to think of a diversion.
You're not into Zoro?
Discover our intentions. A
Yeah, but Zoro is he from the America? From that time, bro? That doesn't have anything to do with Zoro.
I will try here. This old scope should be good for something.
ICQ Messenger. Who remembers when we wanted to chat up girls in back in the day? We would ask them for MSN or ICQ. You can't comprehend that. You ask for the fucking OnlyFans. You motherfuckers. Bro, you straight up slide in them fucking Insta DMs and ask for nudes, bro. Free boob, one vagine. Please. We didn't do that. I'm sad you got banned on Twitch, man. Don't be. It's fine. Scan the area. Okay, man, you dickhead. But I can't. It says action blocked. How am I gonna scan it? Hey? Are you... I'm completely... Ah, okay.
Got eyes on the comm system. A lot of guards.
You want to see the best moment in Red Dead from Ares? Not now. Next time.
I could use comms for a diversion.
What does this guy want now?
Transformer by the wall. See it?
Okay, send me later. Bro, do you see it, man, you fucking faggot? Meine Güte, Alter. Bro needs fucking 5 working days to respond. Man, this part is annoying.
Footbridge, but it's guarded.
Are you into Far Cry games? I used to be. I liked Far Cry 3. That shit was good.
Antenna. Security hub's liable to be in that building.
Perfect for sabotage. This is not bad.
Pipes. See him? Think I've seen everything.
We have what we came for.
So, we going in?
It is what you said before entering.
The right mods make this game look better than real life Meduse. I have a quick video that shows it. I know, but I'm not sure if my PC can handle it.
Then yes, we go in.
Sounds sensible. What?
No sudden movements. Do you see it? That cat? It is the first animal I see in Night City, except cockroaches.
First it was birds, then dogs. Cats actually put up a fight longest.
Perhaps it is a Bakeneko.
Chill, just a cat.
Perhaps. Perhaps not. My grandmother.
I don't like this guy. I don't know why. Can we just get this over with?
And Chiba 11 slum rats?
Holy yep.
There, scraping
On
scraps.
1080 with DLSS upscaling, I think it might be. The thing is, I'm streaming also. Yeah, but my CPU is so strong, honestly, it doesn't matter if I'm streaming or not.
Just drop it.
Right now, my CPU normally has like 18% usage while playing Cyberpunk and streaming. Can you imagine?
Never too late to
This CPU is just not normal.
What is your expression?
It has 12 cores. 12.
Don't be smart. Got no idea what I feel.
There's one thing you should know.
Yeah, I can recommend this Ryzen 9
Why am I only here?
9900 X3D. 3080 is flagship GPU. Yeah, I am very happy with it. Like, I checked out the benchmarks. And 5070, like a 4070 is as strong as a 3080. And the 3080 does better in some games than the 4070. So actually the 3080 is a bit better than the 4070. They just gatekeep frame generation, but you can mod it into other games and then use it regardless. So the 40 series is basically dog shit. Like really dog shit. '50 series is 2. What changed on the 40 series over the 50 series? I know that with the 40 series you have frame generation, and on the 50 series you have multi-frame generation. Yeah, the thing is, the future is AI, you know? The future is AI. With everything. GPUs, everything. So I know people are saying, yeah, this is fake frames and stuff like that. But let's be honest, once this fucking technology is fleshed out further, bro, you don't need anything. You have a fucking card with 8 to 12 gigabytes. And then they slap on the AI and the AI does the rest. Will they not see me?
I'm in. Good. Now try to enter the warehouse. I will draw their attention away.
Draw it away then. Shit. How do you... Oh shit. Okay, we go from the top. Yo, Ellen. The jump from PS4 to PS5 wasn't high. I agree. I think the jump from PlayStation 2 to PlayStation 3 was high. That was high. That was really high. I did not play The Last of Us with the new PC, but I have it on my PC. Like, we could try it out if you want to. But we were already playing the game on Ultra. The only thing that we could change is the resolution and not use DLSS for a more sharp picture. But that's it. Oh, what am I supposed to do? Yeah, I ain't gonna fight against this fucking motherfucker. He's gonna fuck me up. Shit. And down there, I can hide a little bit. Is he gonna die if he jumps down from here? Or can I do the double jump to make him... Shall I test it? I'm gonna test it. We have to see if it works. What the fuck? Oh, this guy didn't give a shit. Yeah.
Even I see you now.
Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. There's no way this actually worked. Oh shit. It's their camera. Oh fuck! Just go in, bro! We did it! Fuck it! Oh shit, it's closed. Okay, okay, okay. Relax, relax, we got this. They're not gonna come in, right? Weapon glitch. Shit, it's a long life. Yeah, relax, relax, I'm reloading. Okay. There's a net runner. Hey, what the fuck is this? How do you hit? Man, I have a weapon glitch, it doesn't shoot. Can you glitch a fucking melee weapon though? Where is that guy? Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit, there's too many. Is he down?
influence. He's wounded. Kill all terrorists.
Is this weapon OP or why is everyone getting fucked up?
Okay, float's ours to do with as we please. Fly to Tokyo if you want.
Haha, I just may do that. Good work. Now it is my turn. Can you see? Terrible chaos. Even the roof is slowly. B, the roof. That is your will. There are buildings around. Smaller ones. Use them to come down. B,
Why do I need to chip, right? Oh fuck. What was that? That did damage. Oh my days! What? But that was a lot of damage. 200 minimum. Immediately. Medusa is playing Ghost of Cyberpunk. Bro, I'm playing Call of Cyberpunk right now. The way I'm playing this shit. There's no way I need to enter this shit again. Fuck you.
You are an easy target when you step out.
Man, shut up. I know what I'm doing.
Even I see you now.
Allow it. This is how you do it. Easy.
The largest float. They are controlled from inside.
Oh shit.
It could be an ordinary terminal.
Gotcha. How's things at your end?
Good. I will reach the control. And make a terrible mess. Very well. I am ready. When you finish, I will make the system sick.
Scheiße. Someone came, I think. How can I hack this shit? I don't have it. My technical ability is S. Did they check? Okay, that works. Shit. That was close. We are in the Mossad headquarters. Okay, they found the body, that's bad.
Come on out. You're not in trouble.
You're not in trouble, do you think I'm 6? Okay, they're coming from everywhere now. Oh shit. Fuck.
Both ours to do with as we please. Fly to Tokyo if you want.
I just may do that. Good work. Now it is my turn. Can you see? Terrible chaos. Even the roof is slowly. Me, the roof. That is your will. There are buildings around. Smaller ones. Use them to come down. Me, must hurry. Arasaka Amy approaching.
Fuck you! Why didn't he do a double jump? Oh my god, I can't believe this. I almost said it. Shit. Almost. Oh man. What time is it? 9:26. I can try one more time.
System sick.
Yeah, this time I had a checkpoint heavy. This time I smashed it. That was sick. Geile Friese, Bro. Dankeschön. Was geht, Bruder? Ich habe heute Elasti gesehen.
Floats ours to do with as we please.
Zufälligerweise.
Fly to Tokyo if you want.
I just may do that. Good work. Now it is my turn. Can you see? Terrible chaos. Even the roof is slowly. Me, the roof. That is your will. There are buildings around. Smaller ones. Use them to come down.
Fucking worked.
Excellent work, B.
Okay, what now?
Now we retreat into the shadows and arm ourselves with patience.
Wann kommt das denn? When is the new God of War coming out? God of War, ja, 2018. Ich dachte, das ganz neue, da kommt doch noch was, oder nicht? God of War Ragnarok, is it gay or any trans fucking vibes or is it like good? Ragnarok ist schon draußen. I thought there's a new one. Longer stream today, not so long. I'm gonna soon go off because I need to work tomorrow. Kratos versus Thor, insane. Testo sounds nice.
Here we are. Guess I just gotta wait.
Ragnarok, yeah?
Bill Jablonski.
Did Okada give you the details?
My info is I'm supposed to off someone.
No, not just anyone. Joshua Stevenson, a fucking murderer. I'll tell you more inside. Get in. You're driving. They're supposed to pass down this street. We just sit tight till they show up and follow them. I want to see the light in that motherfucker's eyes go out.
Whoa. Why?
So we can smell his own fear before he dies.
Oh, this guy's a psycho.
Nothing to do but wait then.
Is this guy Jewish?
V.
Let me tell you something, V. That sack of filth took the life of someone I loved. I can't live with the thought that he... There they are! Step on it!
Why is the view so fucked up all of a sudden? I don't wanna... I can't drive with this shitty view, man. Okay, we're back in biz. You see how populated the map is? It adds so much to the immersion, and I put it on low. When I put it on high, it feels like you are in New York. It makes the game unplayable on high.
Stop the damn car! Fuck! Brake, I said!
What the fuck was that?
This is it. Let's go. Stay close. I'm gonna blow the motherfucker to bits myself. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna fucking kill him.
What the
NCPD!
that?
Stop right there!
What the fuck was that?
Lieutenant Vasquez, NCPD! Stop right there!
You're protecting a murderer!
Drop it or I shoot! Wait! No, stop! Stop the killing! They're here to kill you! It's not their fault! Shoot the guy, and our deal is dead. Vasquez! Shoot! Right. Let's just all shoot holes in each other. Crying out loud. Fuck! We can't leave him here. Media vultures will be here any minute. The fuck are you doing? Stop! NCPD! Stay where you are! And get that goddamn semi out of here! We take him with us. What?
You want me to come with you?
I turned on frame generation. Which one do I need to use? Like just like this, right?
I need you.
Camera stuck. Good moment.